see we've got our title slide up there. So I think in a couple minutes, Rod's going to start up this video show and show some of the great things that are happening across the region. And then at exactly 9:15 or a couple minutes before, I will get us started with a welcome, and we'll dive right into this very, very busy day with some fantastic content and speakers. Feel free at any point to use the chat. It's a good opportunity to lay down any questions that you may have, or just let us know that you're here and engaged and having a good time.
You don't have to be a certain age to do it, and you can go anywhere you want.
It gets us out of the house, and we're able to spend time together as a family and be able to explore all that Durham has to offer.
I mountain bike because it's so much fun, and I've met like my best friends through mountain biking.
Charlie is my grandson, and he's just recently has learned to ride a bicycle. And the bicycle to me represented what it represents, I think, to everybody who first jumps on a bike. It's freedom.
You get to see a lot of the area that you normally would drive right by.
In Durham, you have the Waterfront Trail, which is a very extensive trail going from Niagara Falls all the way up to the Quebec border.
It's a really special place.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to you, Chuck.
Okay, well, thank you so much. So someone had asked, who are you, Rod? Rod is, geez, Rod, you want to introduce yourself? Because you've been fantastic through this. You got a second? There you go. Oh, you're on mute, dude. You're not technical guru if you're on mute.
I'm tech support guy. I'm hiding out here in Komoka, Ontario. And I got to tell you, I met the speakers the other day on Friday. You guys are set for a fantastic day. I'm really looking forward to it, not only as a sort of behind the scenes guy, but also as a fan of the folks that are going to be here today. So I'm looking forward to a good day, but I'll be here in the background.
Yes, so Rod will be around all day, and I'm sure we'll be leaning on him heavily because I am not technical. So thank you so much. Hopefully you were enjoying that sizzle reel as we're admitting everyone into the event. We'll probably see people come and go throughout the day, which is fantastic. I want to start first by thanking Kelly Ng from my team. Kelly has been phenomenal putting this entire event together, sourcing all of our fantastic speakers, making sure we've got Rod in the background, getting everything organized, getting the tickets out on sale, communicating to everyone. Like it's a big undertaking, and Kelly navigates it like a champ. I'd like to also thank the Ministry of Heritage, Sport, Tourism, and Culture Industries for their continual support of the RTO model, because without that, we wouldn't be here. We've got some incredible sponsors. Our municipalities and our regions have really stepped up to help out throughout the pandemic, and even before that was starting, a lot of engagement. Tourism Vaughan Corporation is the title sponsor of this event. York Region and Durham Tourism came in as platinum partners, and of course the town of Erin, town of Georgina, city of Pickering, city of Whitby, city of Markham, the town of Ajax have all stepped up to help out. So thank you so much to everyone for being part of this event and making it happen. We've got a lot of stuff going on today, so I'm quickly going to go through it. Okay, so from Kelly, here are the ground rules of what's going on today. You guys will all be muted throughout. However, there's going to be an opportunity, as a lot of people are already taking advantage of, to post ideas, comments, and kudos in the chat box throughout the day, and to interact with the speakers. So there'll be, each of our speakers has said, let's keep the chats going. If you have any questions when they're done, or when they find it's appropriate, they will answer any questions that are in the chat. They like the idea of the chat better than the Q&A, because the chat, people can see what the questions are, so there's no duplicates and things like that. Everything is being recorded. We are recording right now, just so you know, and the recording will be sent, the link will be sent to all of the attendees. So if you've got to step away for a bit, or you really love some of the speakers and want to share that, you will have that opportunity, because you will have that recording. There will be an event survey that will be sent to all of you afterwards. We really encourage you to fill it out honestly. So let us know what you liked, what you didn't like, so that we can continue to provide you with the content that you want. That's really important to us. I had pushed for this to be live, and unfortunately, when we were planning this out, a lot of the people that we wanted to be in the audience weren't going to be able to make it into a live event, and the hybrid was very prohibitive in terms of what we were going to be able to do. So this will hopefully be our very last virtual one, but I do appreciate everyone showing up for the virtual event. And then at lunch, I've heard that it's going to be Ask Chuck Anything. So, well, how'd you get to be so good looking? I know, it's a tough one, but so I'll be around all through lunch, and we'll just do a Q&A through lunch. And I do want to talk a little bit about the FedDev Tourism Relief Fund, so I can go into a bit more detail about that. There's some opportunities for everyone on this symposium and beyond to figure out how to leverage their investments and your investments to help further tourism. So I want to talk about that at lunch. And from what I understand, Kelly's going to be doing a random draw, and someone is going to be lucky enough to win a free lunch with me later on, whenever is good for you guys. And from what, if nothing else, I'm buying at least, so you get a free lunch out of it. So that'll be fun. So stick around at lunch. And with that, we are going to play a really cool video. You might have already gone on to our website today just to figure out what's happening, and you'll notice that the Central Counties, the B2B website is brand new. There are some phenomenal things happening, once again, led by Kelly. So let's go to that video, Rod, and then we'll go from there. Hey, Rod, it's not working. All right. Well, I'll quickly go through the agenda while we're doing that. I'm sure you've got a copy of it. So right after we get through this at 9:25-ish, we're going to go through and have an update from each of our 3 regions, and we're going to do it in the order that we say the words on our website, which is York, Durham, Headwaters. So we've got Charles Banfield, who's going to be talking about things happening in York. Then we've got Simon Gill, who's going to be talking about things happening in Durham. And then Terry Lynn, I never can pronounce your last name, Kunapaski, who's going to talk about the great things happening in Headwaters. Sorry, Sue Boyle just gave me a private message and said, "Hey Chuck, tell us again why you're so good looking." I don't know, it's all genetics. So I got a little distracted there. Then we're going to go right into, we're going to luckily hear from Tourism Vaughan Corporation, who's going to, as our presenting sponsor, talk about all the great things they're doing in Vaughan. And then we've got our keynote speaker, Doug Griffiths, coming up at 10, followed by a quick video break, which will catch us up on time. And then Amy Camp, who's phenomenal. She's done the Trails Town program out of the States, and she's going to be talking about trails. And this is very timely for us, recognizing how many people are coming to experience the outdoors just north of the city in our area, and how do we take advantage of that and turn that into economics. Then you're stuck with me at lunch. Then we've got Eric Tumarand, who is going to be talking about staffing and how to engage staff and get some staff. And then we've got Milen from 2031, who's going to be talking about sustainable and competitive products. So communities can sustain their economy by building shoulder season tourism. All right, so Rod, did you get it fixed? If not, what we'll do is we'll play that video at lunch.
I think we've got it here. I'm going to try and share it in a different format. This is the web version. Let's see if this works for us.
Okay.
6 years ago, Central Counties Tourism introduced a website designed to be a hub for all our stakeholder needs, from marketing opportunities, research and resources, to industry news, webinars, and the CCT Cloud. We built a strong online support hub to meet the needs of the businesses, DMOs, and communities that we service. We've grown a lot since then, and so have you, our stakeholders. Central Counties Tourism recognizes that your needs have evolved, and we are excited to launch a new website with increased user-friendly functions, a personalized member portal, and access to the new Central Counties Tourism Learning Lab. Featuring all the tools and resources you've come to expect and rely on, this new website is easy to navigate, with quick links designed to take you directly to the most current industry and CCT news, as well as exclusive member-only opportunities, e-learning, content, and support. When it comes to taking advantage of our member-only content, there are several points of access for you to log in or register. We've even added a universal login that will enable you to sign in through your social media or Google account. Registration and membership are free and offers access to research, feature articles, exclusive marketing opportunities, the CCT Image Bank, and the all-new Learning Lab. Once logged in, you'll experience a member dashboard that is customized to your business profile. This includes customized news and targeted marketing opportunities, and you can track your progress in the Learning Lab. You will also see a summary of your listings and their status encompassed in one dashboard. And finally, our most exciting addition, the Central Counties Tourism Learning Lab, which will give you the opportunity to gain knowledge and skills that will help grow your business. Upon access to the Learning Lab, you will be able to self-enroll in one of our latest courses on offer. Test your skills while earning badges and certificates for every successful completion. We invite all our stakeholders to complete our first course, the Tourism Ambassador Program. This interactive learning experience sets the learner on a journey to becoming a tourism ambassador for their community by providing information on the region's visitors and guidelines for customer service excellence. This fun and informative program includes features such as choosing your own avatar, interactive learning, illustrations, videos, and a follow-along resource guide. Over the next year, we'll be adding to the Learning Lab with courses on strategic writing for your business, marketing your business, and grant writing. Like you, Central Counties Tourism is evolving. We're taking your lead to provide the tools and information you're looking for to bring visitors to your regions, communities, and businesses.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Rod. That's excellent. We're going to play that again. We'll hopefully get that fixed up and we'll do it again at lunch. And if not, we'll make sure to send the link to everyone as well. Okay, without any further ado, we can get Charles's presentation up, right, Rod? And we'll get Charles. Perfect. So first up on our docket of updates is Charles Banfield. He is the manager of strategic initiatives, planning and economic development branch at the regional municipality of York. And take it away, Charles.
All right, thanks, Chuck, and thanks, Rod, for bringing up my presentation. Good morning, everyone. As Chuck said, I'm Charles Banfield. I'm the manager of strategic economic initiatives, Chuck, at the regional municipality of York. And today I'm pleased to provide a tourism update from York Region, a brief one, that is. Next slide, please. So with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, in April of 2020, York Region Council approved the creation of a business recovery support partnership. And that the purpose of that was to assist the region in developing industry-informed response and recovery initiatives. And the launch of this partnership also saw the development of 4 subgroups to focus on identifying and addressing industry-specific issues. The focus of these subgroups were the following: crisis response, supply chain, business advisory, agri-food, and tourism, arts, and culture. So the tourism, arts, and culture subgroup is industry-led, but it's facilitated by York Region Economic Strategy staff. And it's comprised of a range of representatives across the tourism, arts, and culture sector. And these include Central Counties Tourism, of course, the York Region Arts Council, who has been York Region's tourism promotion delivery partner since 2012. There's also regional and local municipal staff, representatives from chambers of commerce and boards of trade, industry operators, and the 2 recently formed York Region-based destination marketing organizations, Destination Markham and Tourism Vaughan. So over the past 18 months or so, this group has participated in many productive discussions regarding how to best support this sector in light of the restrictions of the provincial lockdown, and also when our communities and businesses were able to reopen. And these discussions led to 2 primary outcomes. First was the delivery of a tourism readiness best practices session for local municipalities and conservation authorities primarily. And this was hosted by York Region, but it was delivered by Chuck Thibault. And the second outcome was the launch of a multimedia campaign that's titled Ready When You Are. This campaign began in the summer of 2020, and it ran until the spring of 2021. And the metrics that are displayed on this slide highlight several of the outcomes associated with this initiative. Next slide, please. So the intent behind the Ready When You Are campaign was twofold. First, it was to help operators prepare for reopening and to assist them with promotion when they did reopen. And the second was to encourage residents to visit businesses and attractions across the region as the lockdown restrictions were lifted. And the initiative included a toolkit for operators to help them prepare for reopening, and also to encourage them to leverage the campaign hashtag, which is hashtag #ReadyWhenYR, to amplify their messaging to a broader audience. There was also a 5-part video campaign, which highlighted various types of tourism options that are available across the region. And some of these videos, I believe, will be featured throughout today's event. And there was also a campaign website, readywhenyr.com, which captured all of these components in one location. And this campaign actually recently earned a Marcom Gold Award, which is an international award from the Association of Marketing and Communication Professionals. And it also set the stage for the next item that I'm going to briefly discuss. Next slide, please. So more recently, the 9 chambers of commerce and boards of trade across York Region have successfully collaborated to secure significant funding from the Ontario Chamber of Commerce. And this funding was used to develop and launch a region-wide shop and experience local campaign titled It's All Here. This campaign is promoted on the Experience York Region website and social media channels. And it includes a series of videos that promote the many opportunities to shop and explore that are available in each municipality. And again, some of these videos will be featured throughout today's event. And I actually saw that there were about 4 or 5 of them already shown this morning. So next slide, please. So with all that said, again, it was a brief update, and thank you, Chuck and the team at Central Counties for the opportunity to provide a brief update on some of the tourism-related initiatives taking place in the region over the past couple of years. And I look forward to the rest of today's agenda.
Thank you so much, Charles. That's awesome. And right on time too, which is very helpful. All right, so up next, without any further ado, we've got Simon Gill, and Simon is the Director of Economic Development and Tourism at Durham Region. So Simon, take it away.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chuck, and thanks everyone for having me today. I'm just gonna share my screen, wait for a couple seconds while it pops up. Okay, so yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Simon. I'm the Director of Economic Development and Tourism with the Region of Durham. And in a typical year, we at Durham Tourism are focused on working with industry stakeholders, local organizations to market the region as a 4-season tourism destination. But of course, the last 2 years have been anything but typical. In the last couple of years, we've been hyper-focused on a couple of key areas: supporting and building awareness of local businesses, and refreshing our Durham tourism brand so that we're ready to emerge strong with a clear brand message. We offer in Durham urban excitement and country charm. From downtown bistros to apple picking, Durham Region's connection between urban and rural is a key focus for our brand and our offering. Our refreshed brand is bold, dynamic, and modern. As part of our brand relaunch, we developed the Durham is Home collection. We consulted with stakeholders across the region and identified places, landmarks, and experiences that residents feel a deep connection to. Then we developed a collection of over 20 icons and applied them to merchandise like hats, t-shirts, totes. The graphics honor locations across Durham, from Orono's Leaning Water Tower to Oshawa's Parkwood Mansion, making up an awesome collection residents can be proud to wear. It provides a way for Durham residents to visibly demonstrate community pride and a sense of belonging to the many communities that they call home. Alongside the redevelopment of our brand, our tourism work over the past couple of years has been focused on responding to COVID-19. Alongside our partners from the Durham Economic Task Force, we have launched a few initiatives. The Shop in Durham campaigns that included contests, photography, our small local business, and comprehensive promotions. We also worked with our partners to develop a made in Durham's answer to Amazon, which was our Shop Durham Region online marketplace. It's a website where customers can shop hundreds of items from Durham-based businesses in a single transaction. Downtowns and main streets are places where people come together for a common purpose, for the arts, for experiencing culture, and to meet for business. They're critical to our livability and our larger urban and suburban communities. And so with that in mind, we developed downtownsofdurham.ca, a single destination for our 14 downtowns and main street areas. And initially, while this website was used to help residents rediscover downtowns safely from their own homes, it now has nearly 1,000 business listings and a blog with dozens of stories highlighting businesses from each of the downtowns. And we're beginning to use it to attract investment into our downtown areas by promoting available office space. In 2020, we were able to add a position to our team focused specifically on the north of Durham. These vibrant rural areas offer fantastic agri-culinary tourism, beautiful main streets. They're in high demand as residents look for local escapes. For example, in North Durham, there's now a cider trail, which adds to our already existing lineup of craft breweries. Brock, Uxbridge, and Scugog were pleased to be a part of the pilot launch for the Central County's Tourism Ambassador Program. And they just completed community tourism plans, working in partnership with CCT. Our team will help action some of those great initiatives. Sport tourism also continues to be a priority for Durham and will be a strong component of our recovery as sport events come back strong in 2022. But not just that, sport hosting fosters community pride and strengthens sport culture. They're huge factors that contribute to making Durham an amazing place to live. We're also continuing to collaborate with partners to develop legacy initiatives that benefit residents and the sport community. In fact, this year, together with a new Durham Adaptive Sport Collective, we've kicked off two legacy initiatives, and we're submitting a bid to host the Ontario Parasport Games again in 2023. We know how important it is to engage with our stakeholders, from residents to visitors to business owners and community partners. We're working on our 2022 to 2026 5-year Durham Tourism Strategic Plan right now. The tourism industry is extremely important for both community building and economic development, and the role that stakeholders play in attracting visitors is critical. So in collaboration with CCT, we have an open industry survey right now to help us develop that strategic plan. It will provide a unified roadmap for coordinated tourism growth and success across our region. So looking ahead, we know next year is going to be a busy year. A highly anticipated opening is the Thermia Nordic Spa in Whitby. Events are returning, there's new tourism tax credit help available, and I think we're all ready to safely explore again. We're working on a relaunch discovery guide. We're getting ready to welcome back visitors to Durham. And as we look ahead, we're confident tourism will continue to grow and blossom in our region of Durham. So thank you very much for having me, and Chuck, back to you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Simon. Without any further ado, I'm going to start up Terry Lynn's presentation. So Terry Lynn is going to be talking about all the great things that are happening here in the Headwaters region. Let me just get this started. And then did it come up okay?
All good.
All right, off we go then.
All right. Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Terry Lynn, and I am the new-ish tourism manager in Dufferin County. There's a lot going on in Dufferin, Caledon, and Erin, so I'll spend the next 5 minutes providing you with some updates and highlights from myself and my colleagues in those neighboring communities. So in alphabetical order, some updates from Caledon. So in recognizing the need for responsible strategic growth of the visitor economy, Caledon is investing in a visitor management strategy. And a few goals of this will be to connect town staff with community leaders, business groups, and residents to form long-term relationships, identify by village and townwide tourism readiness opportunities and remaining challenges facing Caledon villages and tourism businesses, establishing an understanding of respectful visitor conduct from residents and businesses, which I'm sure a number of us can relate, and educate stakeholders about the local benefits of visitor attraction. So a new visitor website is launching in January to engage consumers and be a catalyst for tourism. It's going to feature experience-based browsing, itinerary building through favorites lists, 4-season video and photo integrations, storytelling through trip ideas, a blog, and context, of course, of villages and hamlets in the area. In Dufferin, we're at the very, very beginning stages of carrying out our tourism strategy and really just building the foundation upon which our tourism economy will grow. A few key tenets of our tourism strategy include collaboration, brand and product development, tourism readiness, communication, and community. And one in the same to community is centering equitable and inclusive practice in everything that we do. So we want the entire community to feel excited about tourism potential in Dufferin and buy into it. And also make decisions that allow for people of all races, genders, physical abilities, those who are 2S LGBTQIA, to feel like Dufferin is a place for them and deliver upon that. So just a few examples of how we're doing this. We're working with our county DEI committee and also investing in expertise with organizations such as Diverse Roots Rural Ontario to guide our initiatives to ensure our work is as inclusive as possible. We recently completed an asset collection initiative that began with a call out to the community for models. So our photos and videos accurately represent the Dufferin community and our prospective visitors. And we're embarking on a strategic planning process for our county museum with a mandate for decolonization and anti-oppression. So ultimately our work in equity, inclusion, and belonging from a tourism and economic development perspective is about being mindful of who's at the table, who's not at the table, who we can bring to the table, and just being really intentional with every decision that we make. In Orangeville, which is the biggest urban center in Dufferin County, they're introducing a new tourism brand, which was a key initiative recommended in their tourism strategy and action plan. Love Orangeville was selected for its potential to create real conversations between Orangeville's visitors and its shopkeepers, restaurateurs, artists, performers, volunteers in the community. And the brand's going to be launched gradually and communicated across a variety of platforms. A new microsite planned to launch in early 2020 will become the primary call to action for the brand, and to offer visitors a new way to interact with its growing public art collection. Orangeville partnered with Driftscape earlier this year, offering augmented reality and self-guided tour options, so users can find public art pieces throughout the community. As for Erin, the town of Erin continues to focus on business growth and the creative economy, recognizing the allure of its historic downtown, natural settings, internationally recognized equine industry, art, culture, and of course, cuisine. Erin ensures locals and visitors alike know what is happening in their community. We see this new brochure, and they are ensuring that residents and those from neighboring communities support businesses that make Erin such a vibrant place to live, work, and visit. Finally, Erin is investing in growing the creative economy by providing entrepreneurs with the opportunity to learn how to turn their passions into a profitable career. And that's it, I think, from us. So thank you for the opportunity to provide this update, and thanks to Robin and Emily from Erin and Caledon for trusting me, and Katrina from Orangeville to deliver this update.
That was awesome, Terry-Lynn. That was a mouthful, and very not easy to do when you've got other people running the slideshows and stuff like that. Thank you so much. I gotta actually exit out of this, or I won't be able to see what's up next. There we go. So I think next on our docket, and I think we are ready to go right into it, is a presentation by our presenting partner, Tourism Vaughan Corporation, who have been absolutely phenomenal to work with. They are one of the two municipal tourism entities, DMOs, as they call them, destination marketing organizations, that have formed since the introduction of the municipal accommodations tax. And they have been doing some phenomenal work and have been fantastic partners of us. So we have got Rafael Costa and Ashley Angeloni from Tourism Vaughan Corporation to speak with us today. And I think Rafael, who's the Director of Economic and Cultural Development at the City of Vaughan, is going to be up first.
Thanks, Chuck, and Ashley is just loading up the presentation. Just before we get into it, I did want to thank you, Chuck, and your team, and Kelly and everybody. It's always really great to work with you. It's always a pleasure, and I have to say that Tourism Vaughan has been around since just before the pandemic, and Chuck, you and your team have been great mentors and like big brothers to us. So thank you very much. And we are still nascent, and we do look forward to learning more from you as we go. I also just want to take a quick second and thank Ashley and the whole team at Tourism Vaughan, because what we're about to talk about really is the result of their efforts for the last year and a half, almost 2 years now. So Ashley and team have done a fantastic job, and really can't say enough about them. With that, Ash, do you mind switching? There we go. Thank you. There we go. So I wanted to start off very quickly by just saying that Tourism Vaughan has completed our destination master plan that was passed by our board and then by our council just this past fall. From the onset of the pandemic and Tourism Vaughan, which more or less coincided, we really tried to do a couple things. The analogy we use is to try to keep the bus going while building the bus at the same time, right? So Ash will talk about all the great things that they've managed to do over the last couple of years, but in the back end, we've been working with Chuck and a whole series of stakeholders throughout the planning of Tourism Vaughan to build this destination master plan. Ash, next slide, please. And the vision statement and the mission statement that really came out of this, and really looking forward to driving these into the future, are for a vision. Vaughan is embraced as a premier overnight destination for leisure, sport, and business visitors. And our mission is to champion Vaughan as a premier tourism destination through product development, marketing and education, and strong collaboration with and support of our operators. Next, please, Ash. The values that guide us are really going to be, and again, this comes out of the Destination Master Plan, our evidence-based decision-making. We are going to be doing solid research and analysis, and that is both quantitative and qualitative, and more than anything, it'll be that qualitative research, I think, that drives us, which really comes from our discussions with people like you. So our doors are open, and we're always happy to have chats. Going to try to be as authentic as possible to Vaughan. Obviously, whenever you do product development and product sales, you can't sell what you don't have. And in fact, what Vaughan has is incredible. So no other reason or no reason to be anything other than authentic. Our collaboration, our partnerships are really going to help drive things forward as well. And again, Chuck and team are first and foremost on our mind. Effectively communicating, and this is something that we're working to do as we move into the next phase of Tourism Vaughan. Looking to regenerate the community and the economic impact. Look, I mean, when we talk about tourism in the city of Vaughan, we're talking about a cluster of roughly 3,500 businesses. And these aren't just our operators, they aren't just our accommodations, they're all the businesses that support those operators and accommodations. Those 3,500 businesses employ more than 50,000 people in the city of Vaughan. This is, and as we've heard from Durham and York and the headwaters, tourism is a key economic driver, and it's a key piece in the puzzle of any economy. So we're really going to be looking to regenerate that economic impact. and looking to be sustainable as well. Obviously, Vaughan is, like many municipalities, at the forefront of environmental and social vitality, and tourism is a big part of that, particularly on the cultural and social side. Next slide, please, Ash. And the pillars that came out of our master plan are really this. Over the next few years, working on our governance and city policy framework, really doubling down on product development, on working with partners, on sharing the destination that is the city of Vaughan, and on continuously doing that research and analysis. And through that, our board and our board members and our council, including key tourism drivers in the city of Vaughan, like Councillor Sandra Young-Racco, like Regional Councillor Gino Rosati, or like our Deputy Mayor Mario Ferry, and even our Mayor Maurizio Bevilacqua, who are big champions and recognize the value of tourism in our economy. Next slide, please, Ash. Oh, next slide, please, Ash. Oh, there we go. And with that, I will turn it over to Ash Angeloni. I do want to, again, just give a little plug for her, because I have to say that her and the team have been absolutely fantastic. They approach tourism and supporting the businesses in the tourism industry and cluster with passion and dedication, and just a great attitude. So thank you very, very much, Ash, and look forward to you sharing all the great things that you and the team have been able to accomplish.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Raf. I really appreciate it. So I'll take you guys through not just kind of what Tourism Vaughan's been doing, but really trying to connect it with what's happening at this year's symposium. You know, I'm sure everyone has heard over every conference and every speaker series, you know, like these past 2 years have been very rough, and that's putting it mildly. And a lot of what you hear is that we're in this together. I'm sure you've heard that line millions of times in the past little bit. But what's really interesting about this line, though, is that the tourism industry has been saying this for years. I remember years ago when I first entered, Chuck actually, I'm pretty sure, talking about the line of collaborating rather than competing. And so as a newly formed destination marketing organization that launched just 2 months before the pandemic, we were initially at a loss. You know, we needed to build our brand, like he was saying, kind of building the bus while keeping it going. And we need to get those assets from our tourism stakeholders so that we could promote them. And Central Counties has been integral to that, but also to our tourism stakeholders who have been so great to work with. So this year's theme of partners in tourism is really poignant because this mindset is so important. And so I'm just going to highlight some of the really important partnerships that we have, because there's applicability across the board here for not just us as DMOs, but also for businesses within this industry. You know, we partnered with Central Counties Tourism on a variety of projects and programs to help us connect, but you know, we were awarded selected for the 2021 Business Support Program so that we could build a better campaign. Having a partner to build those better campaigns is so important. It allowed us to create a more robust one that's focused around hotel, business, meeting, and event spaces. And this is so important for our economy, for the economic impact that Vaughan will have, and it's a huge focus for us. We also worked with them on their own program, the Save and Spend program, but this allowed us to push a new program entirely that we didn't have to initiate. And it also benefited our own stakeholders. It allowed us to provide additional funding so that we could have more of our accommodation partners participate within it and have more rebates for overnight stays. But having this partnership was integral to this program coming out. You know, we were able to expand our marketing reach by working with the Culinary Tourism Alliance for their Great Taste of Ontario campaign, which, if you don't know it, is a food and beverage focused program. And we had the benefit of their marketing initiatives in combination with our own, so that the food and beverage partners that we're working with could not just see sort of the results that we're working and pushing through, but also what they're doing cumulatively together. This is an ongoing program, and we're looking to see how we can keep up this momentum for the remainder of 2022. We're also lucky enough to have teamed up with Destination Markham for some of their amazing workshop series that they've been doing, so that both Markham and Vaughan businesses could participate for free and learn about relevant topics such as selling on social when we were still in lockdown, as well as building consumer confidence in partnership with Post Promise and TIO, the Tourism Industry Association of Ontario, for the Safe Travel Stamp. And working with Destination Markham allowed us to enhance our offerings to stakeholders. And, we really appreciate Destination Markham for being such a good partner with us on this program. And currently, and last but not least, we're working with the Vaughan Chamber of Commerce, another amazing partner of ours, on a Support Vaughan Local program, which has a dedicated directory for our tourism businesses in Vaughan, as well as a robust marketing campaign with out-of-home ads, digital and social influencer marketing, and a lot more. It's a joint effort really between the two of us, and we were able to expand our partner base, a leverage off of each other's, so that we could have a sort of shared communion with the businesses that we work with, and really, really push that message of supporting those Vaughan local businesses and keep that at the forefront, because that's what's really important right now. And that's what's going to help push us through as we slowly inch our way through recovery. If you'd like, you're more than welcome to check out this campaign as well at supportvaughanlocal.ca. And really, at the end of the day, to kind of wrap this up, all of these things, these are just a handful of some of the programs and partnerships that, we were able to do in the past year. But all of these things are relevant, not just to destination marketing organizations, but also to us as tourism businesses. All of these things are what we're looking to do to help expand our already limited resources. So the symposium is a great opportunity for you guys to make these connections and to learn something new. I know all of you have been to the symposium year after year. So really, at the end of the day, push to get involved, not just in the content that you're learning today, but also in learning about the businesses near you, where that collaboration can come from. Tourism Vaughan will continue to work with its partners to assist all of you as we move forward and push our way through to recovery. To any of the Vaughan businesses here that are a part of the symposium, we're excited to be here for you. We're excited to support and promote you. Please don't hesitate to contact me. I'm always happy to have a chat. And thank you again to Central Counties Tourism for putting this symposium together, and for all of your hard work for York, Durham, and Headwaters. And thanks for everyone listening here today.
Ashley and Raphael, thank you so much. Wow, that was awesome. Like it was, Raphael, you wanted authentic. That was authentic. It was authentic and really right down to the stakeholder level, right? As someone who owns a business, I was listening to that and agreeing with what you were saying. When you look at what's going on right across all of those updates, it really is about collaboration. You've got Headwaters, all these municipalities working together to try to get people to the destination. You guys working with Markham is phenomenal, right? The North Durham 3 communities working together. You can leverage. There's economies of scale in that. There's extending your reach because of that. There is, there's so much sharing of best practices, and as they say, when the tide rises, all the boats go up, and that really is, it's very, very true. And I do think that if there is a silver lining in this pandemic, it is this recognition by municipalities of the importance of the tourism industry, the businesses of tourism on the vibrancy of their communities. So thank you very, very, very much. It was really, really nice to hear what's going on. We're very fortunate to be part of a lot of what's happening. And everyone who's on this symposium, start talking to your municipalities. Let's start figuring out how do we get more people coming in? How do we work together to get things rolling? How do you if you don't know your quote unquote competitors in your region, who are really your very best allies, let's find out how do you meet them. Let's start talking to them. Let's start figuring out what new experiences you can build. And this is really what today's all about, is partnering for growth, because we are at that point where we recognize the value in partnerships back and forth. So we are ridiculously on time. This is fantastic. We're actually a couple minutes ahead of time. I am hoping, Doug, are you ready to go a couple minutes early? He is awesome. All right. So we have Doug, who is our awesome keynote speaker, up to bat right now. So Doug Griffith has guided and inspired hundreds of communities to create effective change. A former member of the Legislative Assembly of Alberta, he retired from politics in 2015 and still has hair, which is pretty impressive, to actively pursue his passion and mission to help communities identify what is holding them back from finding success and working to develop strategies to help them find a better path. So let's hear from Doug as he talks about collaboration, cooperation, and the future of communities. And I'll monitor the chat and he'll monitor the chat. So at any time you can let him know what's going on in your head, ask some questions or comments, anything like that. And I'm going to go on mute and take it away, Doug. Thank you so much for being here today.
Oh, thank you very much, Chuck. I am very excited to be here. I have to tell you all right now that I was in politics in Alberta for 13 years, but I left, and actually a lot of the gray hair went away. It was quite impressive. Now, this mustache, I apologize for it. It's November. For the first time, I'm trying to do a fundraiser, so if I look a little odd, it's because it's pathetic and sad and, sorry. So look, I am really excited to be doing this presentation. I'm glad to be part of this symposium. I have an honors degree in philosophy, and what symposium in Greek text meant a drinking party, but we're not together, so have at it yourselves. So look, I was in politics for 13 years. I've been completely through rehab, so I'm fully recovered and I'm not going back. But what got me into politics was talking about the need for community building. And the reason why I deliberately left politics, I retired of my own will, was to go back to community building, because I think it is the single most important job on earth. Now, I wrote a report called Land of Opportunity. In that report, there were 13 recommendations that covered health, education, community infrastructure, economic development, youth, seniors, tourism, arts and culture, water, wastewater infrastructure, housing, you name it, it was in the report. And I was really excited about it, and so was everybody else. But then I discovered people kept doing things to sabotage their own success. They would say, we want to engage young people and have them own the future of our community. And at the same time, at every meeting, they would walk around saying, there's no hope. There's no future here. Everyone's got to go off to the city. We just can't seem to make things work. And I realized they wanted one thing, but they were saying the opposite. So I wrote a book, 13 Ways to Kill Your Community. And now I'm working on a new book, and this is part of this presentation, which is why I'm telling you this. And it's called Renaissance or Revolution, the Re-Rise of Community. And the word revolution is crossed out. And the reason why it's crossed out is because the sense of a revolution is around something being taken from you that you have to go take back. And we've got a lot of political leaders around the world right now, particularly in North America, talking about how things are being stolen from them. They need to go get them back. Let's bring back coal, as though, we're going to bring back the 1980s, which we're not going to do. So Renaissance is the emphasis there. The world is changing, and there are amazing opportunities for us to do absolutely incredible things. So that's what we're going to talk some about that. Now, just for the record, I have the chat open, so I'll sort of be watching, but I'm going to do the presentation and then we'll deal with the chat. If you have any specific questions, put them in the Q&A, because I only have you for 58 more minutes, and I want to make sure we have a little bit of time for Q&A. But just in case we don't have very much time, you can always drop me an email. My contact information will be on the last slide. So text, email, social media, just drop me a note, okay? So I also, before we get started, want you to think of this entire presentation in terms of tourism, because every single thing that I'm going to talk about is connected to your community, to tourism. And the example I like to use is how we ran a rural education symposium. Yeah, we called it a symposium too. I like them, I told you. And we spent a day with rural educators, school board trustees, superintendents, teachers, parents, talking about the future of rural schools across a province, who will be unnamed. And they called me because they had the same challenges I had when I was a junior high teacher. Our school board would tell us, go out and take a children's book to parents who just had a new baby and encourage them to bring their kid to your school, their child, right? And then I realized they were all coming to our school. Every single parent who had a new child was bringing their kids to our school because we were in a rural community and everybody was coming there anyway. The challenge was we didn't have enough parents having kids or enough new parents having kids. And so our entire symposium was to educate the educators about how important it was that they also be active partners in economic development and in housing projects and in tourism development and everything else. Because if you can't attract new families, you won't get any new kids. That was the issue. Every single aspect of a community is connected. So no matter what you think I'm talking about here, it will apply to tourism. It will apply to your community. It will apply to economic development. So with that in mind, I'm going to start off with a little bit about change, because I think sometimes we take for granted that we're adapting just fine. All right. So by generation, every generation has experienced massive change. I mean, we can go back to one of the first generations during the dirty 30s when it didn't rain all summer long and there was massive crop failure and it changed everything. I mean, there was incredible unemployment, there was starvation, there was poverty, people lost farms. And an entire generation that came out of the dirty 30s and the stock market crash of 1929 came up with the philosophy, we need to save every penny. And they literally saved every penny in their mattress because they didn't trust the banks, because during the stock market crash, they lost everything that they'd invested. So they said, I'm not doing that anymore. They literally thought, save pennies for another disaster like the dirty 30s and the stock market crash, and make sure you save it yourselves in a tin can or under the mattress. And that whole generation was formed because of that traumatic event. The next generation came along, World War II, and it transformed all of society. I mean, mostly men went off to war, and then women had to go work in the factories to keep the munitions going, to keep the supply chain going. And so when the war ended and mostly men came home to take those jobs back, women kind of were pushed back into the home, but they had recognized now that housework wasn't women's work and factory work wasn't men's work. Men could do both, and so could women. And so they started to push themselves out of the house doing other work. And I mean, here we are multiple generations later, and women are doing every single job that men can do. They're in many cases not being paid the same, which is a tragedy, but I anticipate we'll fix that in this generation. But it changed everything forever, just like the stock market crash in the dirty 30s did. We had, sorry, going the wrong way. We had the generation that grew up in the 50s with the Cold War, who anticipated that there could be a nuclear war anytime and it would be devastating. They ran nuclear preparation drills where kids hid under desks as though that would make any single bit of difference whatsoever if there was a real nuclear war. But this generation grew up realizing that a lot of their fate was out of their own hands. They had to trust governments. And in fact, in the 50s, that was when the amount of trust people had in their government was at the highest all around the world. And so they grew up thinking, I'm going to enjoy life a little bit more and I need to rely more on the government. And it transformed an entire generation again. That was followed up by the moon landing in the 70s, or at the end of the 60s and the 70s, when an entire generation watched us land on the moon and said, oh, we can do anything we set our mind to. And not just in the long term, in the short term. I mean, it only took, 8 years from the time we said we'd land on the moon till we would, well, us, the US. And it taught an entire generation that technology can address anything. Excuse me. It transformed an entire generation that now relied on technology and thought that they were capable of conquering the world in one generation. You got millennials that were transformed by a changing economy. They were told essentially, when you graduate, you'll get a great job with a great company for the rest of your life, just like the baby boomer generation did. Except when they graduated, they were told by companies, you're not trained, you're not qualified because your textbooks, your equipment, your computers, everything are too old. We'll have to train you ourselves. Oh, by the way, you don't get a job for the rest of your life either. We have the gig economy. And so an entire generation grew up with the gigs, contracts, project by project by project. And actually it transformed them because now they live a gig lifestyle, gig relationships, gig volunteering, gig everything. And if you gave them the option of going back to a lifetime career with some company, they wouldn't take it because they've been changed. And so every single generation has been transformed by some major event that set the tone. And ours is no different. We have COVID. Now, the only thing I'm going to argue, the world in every one of these these circumstances was changing a bit already. just like it was before COVID. We were moving to smaller communities. We wanted to be in neighborhoods. We wanted to be more connected to each other. Millennials and Generation Z are some of the most community-minded generations we've ever had in history. The pandemic didn't just change it, it sped it up quickly because it pushed us to need to be in our communities. And so every generation has had a major change. And these changes aren't slowing down. I mean, just look at technology alone. We've got Moore's Law. These are all laws proving true. The number of transistors on a circuit board doubles every 24 months. Every 24 months. That's why the speed of your computing doubles every 2 years. We've got Kreider's law that says disk drive density storage doubles every 13 months, which is why we've gone from 3.5-inch floppies that store very little data to these thumb drives that are 32 gigabyte drives just on your thumb. And they're doubling their capacity for data storage every 13 months. Digital imaging doubles every 24 months, according to Henday's law. That's why most of us use our cell phones now, and Canon disappeared as a company because we just don't use traditional cameras like we used to now that we've got digital imaging capacity doubling every 24 months. We've got fiber optic transmission capability doubling every 9 months. And this one's fascinating because for everything else, if you double the population in your community, you have to double the roads, double the water, double the sewer, double the recreation for the capacity. But here you can double the capacity of optic fiber transmission capability every 9 months without ripping out the infrastructure. It's incredible. And you've got Nielsen's law that says home network connection speeds are doubling every 21 months around the world. So everywhere around the world, home network connection speeds are doubling every 21 months. And finally, Rose's law, quantum computing capacity is doubling every 12 months. These are thinking computers that are using qubits instead of traditional bits. Traditional bits are a 0 or a 1. Qubits are three-dimensional coordinates within an orb. And so the data in one bit is infinitely more than a 0 or a 1, which is incredible. And they're doubling their capacity every 12 months. Now, I know if you're like me, you're like, I don't know what this means. Well, let's think about this when it comes to money, because we can all understand the impact of money and how compound change happens. So using those same examples before, and some of them were doubling in 9 months, 12 months, 24 months. Let's use 24 months. The deal is you give me $1,000 and I will double it every 2 years, every 24 months, like much of that technology we talked about was doing, right? That means at the end of 10 years, you'll have $32,000 just from one $1,000 investment. Means at the end of 20 years, you'll have over $1 million. And at the end of 30 years, you will have almost $33 million. That's remarkable, isn't it? Except that's only if it doubles every 24 months. Some of that was doubling every 12 months or every 9 months. So let's try every 12 months, a year, it doubles. Same thing, $1,000 investment. It doubles every year. In 10 years, in 10 years, you will have over $1 million. In 20 years, you will have over $1 billion. And in 30 years, you will have over $1 trillion. That is the rate of change we're experiencing with technology. Now, I know we're not all techno, savvy, and so it doesn't really matter, but it is impacting everything that we do. Technology is. I mean, look at education. Because of this pandemic, a lot of kids were forced to go online. And so they were doing online learning. Mine were no exception. They did it a couple of stints for quite a while. Mine, I was fortunate because I was a junior high teacher. My kids' grades went up. Some didn't. But many kids learned that they can get educated from anywhere. And we already have the new online learnings like the Khan Academy and Lynda. And so it's taught us that there are multiple ways to learn, different avenues to learn than traditional methods. And you can do all sorts get all sorts of education from anywhere in the world and from all sorts of institutions. And it's not just that the opportunity to go online is there. A great Canadian, McClellan, said the medium is the message. So it's not just what we're learning, it's the methods we're learning through that are making a significant difference. And I think one of the challenges we need to understand is that exporting our Canadian education can give us a competitive advantage around the world. And more now so than ever, we have the opportunity to leverage that education. It's changing healthcare. I mean, we've got Warren Buffett now has, because he's tired of the debates and the fights over Obamacare and whether or not they're going to keep it or they're going to get rid of it. He and a few other CEOs got together to create home diagnostic tools that you can plug into a computer, and none of them are available yet, but they're still working on investing, because between all of them, he and the other CEOs, they have thousands of employees. They want to be able to go access online healthcare and get diagnoses. And there are all sorts of crazy, amazing tools coming now. This is a cancer pen that can census fuse 3 cancer cells, and it looks just like that. And they're hoping that you'll be able to buy them at a drugstore or be able to do the tests at a drugstore like you do a blood pressure test. So instead of getting a biopsy and sending it away, you will actually be able to tell if you have cancer on the spot at the moment. And they'll be able to tell if they missed anything, even if they are doing internal surgeries to remove cancer. I used to laugh about this tricorder device from Star Trek and how I read that they made one. They did make one. They have now got a tricorder device that does all sorts of tests, and they're hoping it will do up to 100 tests that they hope will be able to buy in a drugstore and be able to do all sorts of diagnoses in a pharmacy or at home or in a school or wherever. They're doing gene therapy to convert skin cells to muscle cells and muscle cells to bone, right? So that they can help people heal and recover faster from all sorts of injuries. They're growing organs in dishes. I laugh about this one. If you don't think healthcare is changing, it's going to have an impact. Anesthesiologists are the second highest paid medical profession in the United States behind brain surgeons. And I laugh at this joke. I think it's funny. This is Ralph, your anesthesiologist. That's why cavemen did it. But now they have a robot anesthesiologist that has done millions of surgeries, and it is going to replace anesthesiologists in the future. And of course, this is an actual picture of a robot doctor. And I asked my Portuguese in-laws, they're older, my wife's parents, they live with us. I asked them if they would like this, and they said, no, son, I need to see a real doctor. But I asked my kids, and they're like, that's cool, Dad, I would love to go see him. And this doctor is giving diagnoses to patients that are thousands upon thousands of times more accurate than traditional doctors, because doctors can't remember everything. We've all been to a doctor where they go on WebMD and look up something in the office just to confirm or to get a little more insight. This doctor uses algorithms, and it is incredible the diagnoses they're getting. It goes through food production. So, I mean, all over the world, they're growing food on the sides of buildings in greenhouses. And here in Canada, we actually have one of the universities competing with University of Michigan to create clear solar panels that will go into greenhouses. So not only can you grow food, you can produce electricity at the same time. We have amazing innovations happening with vertical agriculture all across the country, new food production to fake meat or beyond meat, but they're also manufacturing now meat products that are authentic, and they're real meat, but they're not coming from a cow. They're being made in a petri dish. And in fact, there are 2 companies right now. One of them is in Canada. The other one is in Israel, that are 3D printing steaks. And they figure they will be ready for mass production or commercial production within a year and a half. And these steaks are not coming from cows. They are coming from 3D printers. And that, of course, changes all sorts of printing. We're 3D printing parts now, but they are 3D printing leather that is authentic, real leather, but does not come from a cow. They are 3D printing silk and using besides silk spiders, they're using petri dishes to produce silk. And even when they're producing plastics now, they're using microbes to produce colored plastics in dishes. We're going to grow everything out of a petri dish soon, because everything is changing, even energy. I mean, yes, we've advanced, so we finally have more windmills and we have solar technology and we're using geothermal, but batteries are making great innovation so we can store this technology more innovatively, even locally, like the Tesla wall, which I hope to be able to get one day. The clear solar panels invented at the University of Michigan now that are going to be going into building windows and home windows so that homes can be completely off the grid. And this is an example of them at work at the University of Michigan. Even hydrogen as an energy source is making a comeback and new innovations. And we've got new generation nuclear technology that has less nuclear radiation than Grand Central Station in New York, the radiation coming from the marble. We have amazing innovations coming from technology. It's not just your iPhone and whether or not it can do amazing new things. It is impacting everything in our world, including communication. I mean, we still have communities that are traditionally trying to get attention and get people to volunteer by putting notices up at the billboards in front of the post office. I can guarantee you the majority of people now are not going to that billboard, and half of them don't go to the post office. We have communities that say we should go back to our old fax networks. But I mean, fax, well, I'm going to talk about that. Because honestly, the fax machine was invented 20 years after Napoleon died. The first fax machine, they couldn't even take a picture of it for 15 years because the camera hadn't been invented yet. These things have been around forever. This is not new technology. This is archaic technology that is holding us back. And in fact, some companies have moved away from voicemail and from email like JP Morgan, because they found it is cumbersome and slows down the work environment. And so for all non-front facing employees, there is no way to just leave a voicemail or to send an email. They're encouraging people to go talk to each other because they figure it helps better, and they're proving it helps better. What was the statistic? 39% increase in productivity, if I remember my statistic correctly, when they got rid of voicemail. And if you call me actually and try and leave a voicemail, my voicemail says, please, 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 whatever you do, do not leave a voicemail. You'll leave a voicemail, I'm going to be busy, so I won't be able to answer. I'll have to check it later. I'll need a pen and paper to write down your name and phone number. I'll put it in my pants so I can give you a call later, and then I'll wash them and I'll lose it and you'll be mad at me. Just send me a text. And then in fact, the entire next generation is focused more on texts than on actually voice communication. And local news is not dying, it's facing a resurgence. We needed local news during the pandemic to know what was going on locally. And since then, it's had a resurgence, and I think it's making a permanent comeback. But hey, communication in this day and age is not easy. You have to figure out especially on social media, which app you need to use and who you're trying to communicate to and what the message is. And so I know it's not easy, and it has made communication much more difficult, much more challenging. All this advancements in technology. It's even changed governance and leadership. I mean, look, we're trying to communicate in a world where cognitive bias is actually built into our processes. Cognitive bias is when you go find something that confirms what you already believed. You're not looking for new information, you're looking for confirmation bias. So, sorry, I said cognitive bias, I realize that. Confirmation bias. Now, the reason why this is a big challenge in this day and age is because everything we do is in reinforcing our confirmation bias. Google is the perfect example. Now, I like Google. I have a Google phone. But if you and I each bought new laptops 5 years ago, brand new laptops, and we set them side by side and we both Googled Donald Trump, we would both get the same results. But if we came back 2 years later and did the same thing to show, we would get completely different results, especially if I don't like Donald Trump, which I don't. And one of you did like Donald Trump. And so everything that came up about Donald Trump being great, you clicked on it to read more because you thought he was great. Google will looks at that and says, that's the information you're looking for. It'll keep finding articles that say Donald Trump's amazing, and send them to you. And if I keep clicking on the stuff that says Donald Trump's an idiot, and it says, oh, that's what you're looking for, it sends me more of what I'm looking for. Pretty soon, all I read is stuff that says he's an idiot, and all you read is stuff that say he's amazing. And then we wonder why we're so far apart. And this confirmation bias is reinforced in every single app, every single search engine, every single bit of social media we use. And in fact, our traditional newspapers and our traditional media sources used to have differences of opinions. We listened to a liberal and a conservative side-by-side debating. Now they've gone off with their own channels, and we only listen to one or the other, and all we get is confirmation of what we already believed, and we become more radicalized on the either side of the spectrum, and it's tearing us apart. And you have to try and lead people, govern people, motivate people, entice people through that cognitive bias. And so communication is more challenging than it's ever been. And then on top of that, because of the speed of communication now, I mean, I don't even know if this is a real quote by Winston Churchill, but it's poignant. A lie gets halfway around the world before the truth gets its pants on. If it's true, he said that during World War II when they were still sending telegrams. And now with instant communication, you have to try and get the truth out when a lie gets around the world 500 times before you even type the first word of your Facebook post to counter the misinformation. going the wrong way. Sorry about that. And then we're also dealing in a world, it's not just newest generations, in a world where we want it all and we want it now. And we're used to instantaneous gratification now. Want to watch a movie? We used to have to, in my generation, go into town to to watch the movie at the theater, and then the video stores came, and so you have to go in and then you buy it and then you'd or rent it and then you'd come back and you'd watch it and get the family together, to then getting it on a satellite dish, but you still have to pick the time you want to watch, to then gathering everyone and renting it whenever you wanted to watch. And now everyone watches everything whenever they want on whatever device they want. We don't even have to gather. You want to know some information? You just ask Google or Siri, I guess sometimes. I don't think she's the best, but well, that's my own personal bias, confirmation bias. So we're used to getting everything we want anytime. You buy something and bam, it shows up on your front doorstep in a day and a half. And now everyone expects results immediately, which makes governing incredibly difficult. And so everything gets challenging. Our conversations, it means we need more original social network and better communications than we've ever had before, because we have to fight not just through this, we have to try and preempt this before people become infected with negativity and false information and biases. And so leadership and governance are more challenging than they've ever been. And so you see how I talked about technology, but it's impacting everything. And everything that we just talked about is impacting you and your ability to find success in your community through tourism growth. And in fact, our communities are changing. Now some of those changes you will say are very detrimental and challenging. It creates challenges for our communities too, but not all of them are challenges. It creates new opportunities. But here, communities changing because now we've got younger generations that can't afford housing. This is now being referred to, Generation Z, as the rental generation. This whole concept about, the American dream and buying a house out in the suburbs, it's gone. It's gone. If you're still trying to build a subdivision in your community that's not a neighborhood or a community, then you're missing the point. We need differentiated housing. That doesn't just mean affordable housing, just different types of housing that is not all the same traditional stuff in order to accommodate people's different demands. This is a architectural diagram from a firm in Saskatchewan. It's a recreation center. It's now 3 times the size than it started off, because there is a wine bar in there. There is a restaurant in there. There are yoga studios in there. There's a soccer field. And behind where the trees are, there right now it's a parking lot, but it's already designated so that there will be differentiated housing there, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom condos for rent or purchase that connect right to the recreation center, because, well, it's Saskatchewan, it gets cold like the rest of us do, maybe a little colder. But even then, the entire place is designed for autonomous vehicles. They're trying to be innovative, and this community is trying to attract younger people who appreciate autonomous vehicles and want to be in a futuristic neighborhood. And it's not just autonomous individually owned vehicles. I mean, this is an example from the community in Beaumont. They had this small autonomous bus that moved people around. And there was a little bit of controversy. People in town at first were a little bit frustrated with it because it got its own lane. But eventually, they were celebrating it. People went out to the town of Beaumont to see what it was like and to experience it. And in fact, the city of Beaumont now is getting calls over the last year and a half from all over North America, from innovative companies that want to try out their new technology, which is attracting new professionals to the community of Beaumont. And when they come to visit, which I'm going to talk about towards the end, when they come to visit to see things like this, young professionals do, a lot of them are deciding, hey, I could live here. I like this community. And we'll talk about that more in a minute. And then walkability, less vehicles, less parking, more socialization and beauty, aesthetic value. These are all elements that are changing, and they're not changing community for the worse. They're actually making communities better. They are actually focused on real, authentic communities, not suburbs and subdivisions, which frankly have killed or are in the process of killing many of our small communities. And it's not just technology. It's not just all of those aspects of our lives and community. It is values that are changing. This next generation, because because they don't work in a corporate environment where they're trying to climb the corporate ladder and they live in a gig economy, they're used to 10 people joining each other online to find a solution to a problem. So they don't care what your title is. They don't care if you're the mayor. They don't care if you're the CEO or the CAO or the executive vice president of whatever. They don't care. These titles mean nothing to them. They're about problem solving and solution seeking. And so I mean, this notion that even came from my generation, Generation X, that your title matters, it doesn't. And it's going to become less consequential all the time. We still have communities that say, we had one that said, well, we need to build a rec center, we need to build a curling rink. When we did the survey, they couldn't afford the curling rink. The curling rink they had was falling apart, but they wanted to build a new one, which they couldn't afford to pay for. And when we did a survey, the number one choice was a yoga studio. These folks that wanted the curling rink said, that's all these young people that want a yoga studio. We don't want that. Except the number one group that wanted a yoga studio were the seniors and the semi-retirees that didn't want to curl, they wanted yoga. But they were still stuck in what they thought the community wanted and refused to change. But our values are shifting all the time. In fact, localized coffee shops and brew pubs are on the rise, and they have been for a while now. And this is an example of a coffee shop. It's eclectic. It has real books. It has socialization. It's co-working space. It's everything put together. In fact, it's why Starbucks sold 200 stores 2 years ago in Canada and another 200 stores last year, because they recognize they used to be the third place between work and home, but now they can't compete with these really interesting third places. And so they're moving to be drive-throughs because they recognize they just can't compete. They can't make every Starbucks eclectic, and they're not nearly as warm and cozy as they used to be compared to what's at offer now. And in fact, it's not just locally owned coffee shops and brew pubs and restaurants. It's locally produced food that we value more now than anything else. And it's not, again, Generation Z and millennials that are driving this. It is every generation that is recognizing and valuing these changes. Co-working space is on the rise. The pandemic reaffirmed this and accelerated it. But a lot of CEOs recognized the productivity went up when their employees went home and worked. I mean, we're all kind of workaholics, so we worked harder. But they also recognize the creativity and team building were on the decline. But lots of them don't want to go back to an in-person environment 5 days a week because it's expensive and it's not necessarily conducive to productivity. So they are looking for co-working space they can rent 1 day a week, 2 days a week, 1-2 days a month, so that they can pull their team together to get creativity and team building, but still keep up the productivity. And so co-working space is on the rise, and not just by CEOs, but by employees who want to be able to adapt where and how they work in this environment. And of course, values are changing around our differentiation. I mean, diversity, inclusion, and equity are incredibly important to multiple generations now. I'm a Generation X, and it matters significantly to me. But we also have this change in values. My generation was taught that you need to win. Because of changes that happened in elementary school a long time ago. We didn't give first, second, and third place ribbons out to people. We gave participation ribbons. And I was one of those folks that said, oh, we're going to raise a generation of wimps that doesn't know how to compete. Except they do. Except they work collaboratively to compete, to be successful. They don't have this notion that comes from older generations that in order for me to win, you must lose. They recognize we can all win. This isn't a win-lose proposition. We can have win-win propositions, which is the art of negotiation and the fundamental belief of newer generations that grew up without that hyper competitiveness that pulls us apart, which we're going to talk about more in a minute too. So everything is changing. The world is changing dramatically. Now, don't think that when we're facing challenges, it's because of these changes, technology, changes to all those avenues, changes in our values. We actually did this to our own communities. We created these suburbs, these subdivisions in the 50s. Before the 50s came, well, I mean, we used to have people work on the second floor. And so there were vehicles downtown all the time. There were people downtown in the evening. And life was Life was wonderful. Downtowns were busy. I remember being a kid in junior high and going downtown, and at 8 o'clock, there were still people, there were still vehicles, stores were open. I mean, it was the activity center for the community. We created these suburbs and nobody lived downtown anymore, just had their business. And so they drove out to the suburbs in the evening. Now, not all of them are this ugly. I mean, some of them look like this. To me, it's got color, but it's still ugly. But there's nothing to do except go to sleep there. And that's the way a lot of our suburbs and our subdivisions are. And so we went from these robust downtowns that had people around to commodity centers where there weren't a lot of people. They were still nice. Everything was great, except now you just pulled in front of the business, went in, got your stuff, got back out and left. Because when we all moved to the suburbs, we didn't come back downtown in the evening. So the restaurants died, because most restaurants will tell you they make half of their money from the sale of alcohol, just a glass of wine. And so when you weren't downtown there in the evening, having a glass of wine and a supper and socializing, it's hard to keep open from the breakfast and the lunch crowd, or from the afternoon crowd of a bunch of people that sit around and have coffee and tip a nickel because they think that that's great. You go broke that way. And then when the restaurants close and those social spaces close, no more socialization happens. So bang, you got a commodity center. And now you try and do something to bring people downtown and have socialization, make it more walkable, and everyone complains they can't park in front of the business they want to get their stuff from. Even the businesses complain that you can't park in front there. They'll have 100 times more customers, but they'll complain because their customers complain you can't park in front. And yet all that's going to do, if we keep up with the same mentality and the mindset, is create beautiful, vacant main streets. And I don't care how beautiful it is. Eventually it will look like that if there aren't people down there and there isn't socialization and there isn't experience. It is incredibly tough. So what do we do now? So I have 6 things I'm going to tell you. I know I only have 20 more minutes. 6 things that I think everyone needs to do. I don't care if you're a tourism center. I don't care if it's a community, if it's your school board, if it's your healthcare authority. It doesn't matter to me who it is. These are 6 things I think every organization needs to make top of mind. Now, this isn't in the order of precedence because the last one is the most important. So number 1, we need to now recognize that economic development is community building. We had this mindset that carried over from the 80s, that the lowest taxes is great for business growth, that the least number of regulations attracts new businesses. That was great when my generation and my parents' generation moved to where the jobs were, and the jobs located where the lowest taxes and least regulations were, I guess. I mean, maybe. I don't even know if it worked incredibly well then. You go overseas where you can avoid any regulations and no taxes, maybe. But for the most part, that does not work anymore. We used to move to where the jobs were, but now the jobs and the careers are moving to where people want to live. Even Amazon, when it was still run by Jeff Bezos, the cheapest man on earth, you don't become rich by being anything but frugal. So he wanted to make sure that they grew appropriately. They opened their newest center a few years ago in Virginia, the highest tax jurisdiction in all of North America, not because it had lower taxes and least regulations, but because it has a quality of life and an environment that they had a pool of labor to draw from. That's why they went there. And most businesses now, and I still have rural communities say, oh, we just need a big industry that creates 400 jobs. Except when I go to that community, there aren't 400 people to hire. So a business, I don't care what you have for low taxes and least regulations, who's going to move there when there's no one to hire? Oh yeah, I know people say that people will move there for the jobs. Most businesses would rather move to where there's people to hire, and people are living in a place that has a great quality of life. And so we need to work on all those elements to create a great quality of life. Good community building is economic development. And if you miss that point, then you've missed the boat. Number 2, beauty matters incredibly much. Now, you might have known that, and you may have heard me do my 13 Ways to Kill Your Community presentation and realize chapter 6 is about don't paint, right? And how about, some people think it's superficial to beautify, but beauty matters more than it ever has, because beauty sends not just a message about how much you value your place, but it actually conveys an important part of your story. And I tell people all the time, it's not just one aspect of your story. It's like a culture. It's a way of life. It's a value set that's entrenched and intertwined with beauty. I know if you ignore beauty and just focus on utility, then you know, people won't be attracted to your community, but it's more than that. You can leverage beauty to tell a story, and story is what matters. So, and if you're telling the story, number 3, language matters. Now I want to take a detailed minute to talk about this, because I want you to think particularly in terms of tourism and about what you're marketing and about what you're trying to say about the language you use, because language matters. Now, here's the problem. Most of the time we say what we want to say. We're not thinking about what people are hearing. And that's a problem. That is actually the number 1 failure in communications. So bear with me. I'll show you an example. Small town or community, which word do you use? I still have people all the time say, we're very proud of our small town. We do strategic plans for communities. We do marketing strategies, and people are adamant. I want to emphasize, we have a great small town. Except small town says to every tourist, to every potential new young professional that's going to move there, to every family, to every business that may locate there, small town says you're missing something. Small town says it's quaint and it's lacking a lot of things. That's what it means. But if you say community, you give a different impression. It's subtle, but it's a different impression. And it says that you have things that the big city, that subdivisions, that suburbs don't have. It tells a different story. And I know people still think, no, but there's nothing wrong with my small town. No, I know you want to say small town because to you it means it's quaint, it's cute, you all know each other, you're connected, you support each other, all those sorts of things. But it's not about what you want to say. It's about what other people will hear. And so you need to know what it is you want to communicate, and then back up from those people and figure out the words you need to use. So should you use small town or should you use community? And it's the same with subdivision or neighborhood. I've still seen communities that we started work with and they advertise, we have room left in our subdivision. Well, that's what people see when they hear the word subdivision. When the surveys have been done, this is what people see. Bedroom communities, neighborhoods where everybody owns a house with a tiny little backyard and you have to drive. I mean, they don't all have these square grid blocks now. Lots of them have these winding cul-de-sacs and closes, and God forbid there's ever a fire. I hear more young people say, how do you find your way out of these things if there's ever a tragedy? And there's actually a community that I think is facing serious problems because there are 10,000 people that live in a subdivision in a big city, and there's only one in and out point, and it is just a narrow street. There used to be one on either end. They closed it down for the C train. I won't give away the community, and it's a danger waiting to happen. And so you say subdivision and people bring all of those sort of thoughts to mind, but you start talking about neighborhoods and people feel like, you know, maybe it's as simple as the memory of growing up with Sesame Street, where there was the barber and the grocery store and people were out on their front step talking to each other and walking around, and no one's got Big Bird in their neighborhood anymore, but neighborhood means something different than using the word subdivision. And language matters. And now it's not just in community building, it applies to everything. Just to expand your mind, think about the word farmer. We had surveys done at the University of Alberta. It wasn't our company, but another professor did it there, and it was brilliant. He asked people of all ages, all stripes, all backgrounds to describe what a farmer looks like. And a lot of people painted one of these two pictures, sort of a rancher with the cowboy hat or a farmer with the overalls. But both of them were like 65 to 70-year-old white males. Yay. Yay. So when we talk about farming and agriculture, this is the mindset that comes there. And then I have a presentation called 13 Ways to Kill Agriculture. And one of them is to use the traditional language, because this does not entice young people who are thinking, really, shoveling, you know, stuff and wearing an old hat, and this is not alluring to them. This is not attractive to them. But use the phrase food producer, and they did this at the university too, and the pictures and the mindsets created by that language changed dramatically. Suddenly, They were younger people. They dressed differently. They used technology. They were doing vertical agriculture. They were doing hydroponics. They were doing all sorts of innovative things. Language matters. And when you're doing tourism and you're marketing, think to yourself, are we communicating what we want to say, or are we communicating what we want people to hear? Those are two very different things. And it is one of the biggest failures of marketing strategies that any community can have. And so let's talk about marketing now. Marketing is the fourth one that needs to change, dramatically needs to change. I mean, our favorite is Instagram, but you need to pick the venue or the medium in order to make sure the message is right. Because as I said, McClellan, a great Canadian whom, I mean, many Americans think, I found out last week that he's an American, but they were happy to also find out he was Canadian, said the medium is the message. So it's not just what you're communicating, it's how you're communicating it. And your marketing strategy now is not just about the story, not just about, hey, we have this available. It's about the story that goes with it. It's about the experience, because that's what people are looking for now, is an experience, is to be part of a story. That's what a brand is. Your tourism brand is not the slogan and the color palette and the logo. Your brand is about the story that you're trying to get people to buy into, that they want to be a part of. That is good marketing. That is good branding. So that needs to change if we're going to be effective at letting the world know where we are. And then instead of simply broadcasting out to 7 billion people that we exist, when we find out what our story is and what the experience is, then we should be identifying who it is that wants to be part of that story. I mean, segmentation, market segmentation is a brilliant thing. And you could go through and identify who wants to be part of that story, who wants to be part of that experience, find out where they are, and then we can micro market to them, just to them, which is incredibly powerful and very effective. So instead of trying to market to 7 billion people and getting 100 to show up, why wouldn't we market to 100 people and get 99 of them to show up? That's what we need to do now moving forward. And we have the ability with technology. I mean, technology has also clouded up all the communications channels and made it difficult, but it's also made it more effective to target our marketing. Now, I just want to take a brief interlude here for a couple of minutes to talk about community business killers. This applies to marketing, to tourism as well. But we get this impression that these businesses like Amazon, Wayfair, and Walmart, the supercenters, have killed our communities and killed the ability of small businesses to be successful. I mean, I still have businesses on Main Street say, when Walmart shows up, we go broke. Except, is that so much the case? I mean, if it was the case that we can't compete against Amazon, Wayfair, Walmart, then why is Amazon working on small neighborhood Go stores? Why is Wayfair back to putting businesses, local businesses where you can touch the fabrics and sit on the couch, back into communities? Why is Walmart shifting from their supercenter to their community center, where this is a picture of a new Walmart that they, over the next 50 years, plan on changing them all to? A small center where you go in and you pick your item and they ship it to you within 24 hours. But on top, you'll see there's a pub, there are walking trails, there are community fires, there's live music, there's a wine bar, there's green space. Why would Walmart, if we as on Main Streets small guys can't compete with them, why are they trying to pretend to be us? I think they've recognized that as the world changes and we value community more and more, that they can't compete with us, which means we need to focus on that local community spirit. Now, this does not mean that shop local campaigns are everything, because they're important and they're valuable. But if you're focused on just a shop local campaign, you've missed the boat. You need to innovate what you're doing, not just get people to spend dollars locally. I mean, look at all these new companies. Uber, the largest taxi company in the world that doesn't own a taxi. Airbnb, the largest accommodation provider that doesn't actually own any real estate except their own head office. WeChat, the largest text messaging app and second largest financial transfer app in the world. And it comes from, and which means it doesn't need a bank to do financial transfers. It does it on its own. It's Chinese, but it's huge. Alibaba, the world's largest retailer, doesn't actually keep any goods in stock, the Chinese version of Amazon. Facebook, the world's most prolific source of media, but it doesn't make any of its own content. Well, unless Mark Zuckerberg's made a video apologizing for stealing all your data and selling it so he could become a billionaire. I mean, other than that, they don't make any content its users do, which creates a lot of fake media. But still the world's most prolific producer of content. Bitcoin, not beholden to any government, yet more and more of the world's economy is moving into cryptocurrencies, and there are over 1,200 cryptocurrencies in the world now. China having its own cryptocurrency, and China's doing it because with cryptocurrency, most countries control their economy by setting and control inflation by manipulating their currency. The more and more of our economy that moves to currencies that are not beholden to any government, the less control governments have over their own economy. Netflix, the world's largest producer of movies, yet up until a couple of years ago, it didn't make any of its own movies. It didn't even have any, it has no cinemas, yet it is the #1 source for movies. And Apple, the world's largest producer of cell phones, yet it doesn't make its own cell phones. Foxconn makes 76% or 72% maybe now of Apple phones overseas. And Apple doesn't even make its own apps. It's the world's largest producer of apps, but it doesn't make them, its users do. You see how companies innovated with technology and with the changes? Companies that didn't died. I mean, Netflix offered to sell themselves to Blockbuster twice. Blockbuster said, no, you won't ever take off. They died. MySpace offered to sell itself to Facebook. Facebook said no, and MySpace, sorry, other way around. Facebook offered to sell itself to MySpace. MySpace said no, MySpace died. Kodak invented digital photography in the 70s and said, no, people like printing their pictures off, and that's how we make all our money. And Kodak went broke. Xerox invented a little thing called Windows and gave it away to Microsoft and to Apple to utilize because they didn't think there was going to be any value in it. Sears was trying to debate at 1 year, the same year that Amazon became one of the top 10 realtors in the United States, was deciding, should we expand our online catalog or open more stores? They opened more stores. We know where Sears went. Nokia didn't innovate. BlackBerry didn't innovate. Even Apple now, I mean, the Apple 13 or 14, whatever version we're on. I mean, when was the last time there was something really innovative and amazing that came out of Apple? Yet they still have the brand and the reputation. If they don't come up with something new soon, that may start to waver. But what will replace Apple eventually? And I emphasize all the time, you know, you have to innovate. So there are all sorts of ways to innovate that don't actually need to be brilliant and brand new. You just need to do something different than you ever have. My colleague, Heather Thompson, always says all the marketing in the world can't overcome the impression made by dirty windows. Yet we were in a community, a flower shop was there. We were doing an analysis of the flower shop. And they said, they had plastic flowers in the window and a dirty window. We recommended real flowers and clean the windows. And they said, no, that's not going to be important. And they went broke in the midst of the pandemic when flower shops were doing exceptionally well because they refused just to change anything about what they had done. You can smell, anyway. I'm running out of time. So there are amazing innovations that have been done by companies like Grace and Glam in Williston, North Dakota, that are do more sales now online than they do in their store, but they still need the physical presence and the online presence. There are smaller stores now doing augmented shopping where you can go online, tour the store, and then talk to a representative and buy. And it's actually not that expensive a technology and is allowing small shops to compete against major centers. Again, it comes down to the experience as much as it is about the product. So the last point, cooperation. This is the most important point. If anyone is going to succeed in this world going forward, anywhere around North America, we need more cooperation. Now, competition is valuable. You've heard me talk about that, I'm sure, but we can have cooperation and competition at the same time and make it effective. We need all organizations and everyone to come together in a community if we're going to be successful, because we can no longer cut it alone. We are not isolated, siloed pillars that are successful independently. Education, rural schools won't be prosperous unless they help with economic development and housing and other initiatives to attract new young families that have kids that fill up the schools. We all need to work together to make this possible. And if we don't, I mean, I've got countless examples. A fire department, 7 municipalities, 7. municipalities that had a cooperative fire agreement for 20 years, and then it all fell apart because new councillors were elected and they said, my citizens own the fire truck. And the other one said, well, my citizens own the fire hall. And the other one said, you're not telling our volunteer firefighters what to do. They all fell apart. 7 municipalities. And then they said, we can't get back together for a few years. It was horrible. And it was easy for me to get them back together because I went and checked. And because they weren't working together, out of the 7 municipalities, only 3 of them had anyone trained to drive the fire trucks. Only 2 of them had anyone trained with a certificate to operate these complex vehicles, high pressure vehicles with gauges and dials and pumps. And only 2 of them had anyone qualified to do it. And none of them had anyone qualified to do a fire rescue if someone was in their house and trapped. And I looked at them and told them, all of your egos are getting in the way. You're all worried about who owns what. The first citizen that dies because you guys were so worried about who owns what and didn't work on delivering the services to citizens, you're all going to go to jail. And if you don't believe me, just look at Flint, Michigan, where egos got in the way. They pulled out of a water agreement and 12 people died when they turned on their own water system in Flint, Michigan. You're on the hook and liable if citizens die because your egos got in the way, your sense of independence got in the way. And there are countless examples of divides that pull us apart. And why? Because we're worried that if we work together, we'll lose our identity, we'll lose our power, we'll lose our autonomy, we'll lose everything. And yet, if we actually pull together and work collaboratively, we'll finally have enough dollars to have a real robust marketing strategy that reaches people, because half of us don't have enough money to do this effectively or sincerely. And then if we don't work together, we vanish. A lot of these communities that refuse to work together, and out of that 7, 3 of them have dissolved because they refused to work together. And so they lost resources. They didn't have enough money to marketing, couldn't attract anybody. And when I said work together, some of them said, no, you know what they're going to do. They're going to show up and they're going to tear down our town sign, and they're going to go to the library and burn our history books. We'll disappear. Except when they work together, they were able to grow their communities. When they were scared about working together because they lose their identity, their power, and their autonomy, they vanished. And they took the town sign down because the town had to dissolve because they didn't have enough resources to grow. The irony is what we're afraid of that will make us disappear is the only thing that's going to pull us together to make us effective. And so, look, businesses are doing it all over the place. In PEI, I saw when I was there, a brochure that PEI has 3 of the top 12 golf courses in the world. They're amazing. And the 3 of them advertise on the same brochure. And I thought it was funny because I said, wouldn't they be competing? And one of the golf course folks told me, no. There's only 135,000 people in PEI. The pool's not big enough for us to worry about shop local and get local people to do this. We need people to come to PEI to spend money at the golf course. But one golf course marketing itself is not going to be effective for one day. But you could have people come for a golf tour and hit 3 of the world's top 12 golf courses. And suddenly we grow the pie instead of shrinking it. And it was like an amazing epiphanal moment for me to recognize that by working together, co-opetition, they grew the pie instead of fighting over their neighbor's pie or trying to steal it. And it doesn't matter, furniture stores partner together so that you can shop for couches at 10 different stores all in the same location instead of driving all around the city. And I've got research that shows if a furniture store moves across the city to be alone so there's no competition, they go broke. We've got this cars cost less in Wetaskiwin. If you want a car in Alberta, go to Wetaskiwin, everybody else does. Every car dealership is there and they co-market themselves because now everyone in Alberta goes there because you can see every car from every brand there. And they know that they grow the pie instead of shrinking it. Everywhere you go, there is the opportunity to grow. And we were in one community that had 3 brew pubs and they said, oh, you know what, we're not going to be successful if we attract 4. There's too much competition. Except could you imagine in Nashville, Tennessee, if they suddenly said, oh, no, we've got 3 live music venues. A 4th one will kill us. Nashville's famous because they focused on cooperating and competing at the same time to grow the pie. That's what we need to do. That is the future everyone needs to focus on. And so, look, the future of communities is changing dramatically, and we're not going to be successful unless we learn to work together. And one of the fastest ways to grow our communities is through tourism. We did a little research piece, surveyed thousands of Canadians, and found that of all the people that didn't still live in their hometown or move to the adjacent big city, we asked them, why do you live where you do? 31% of them said it was because of a tourism experience. They kept visiting a place because it was coincidental tourism and they liked it. And then one day they realized, I could live here. One day the community said, you know, you don't just have to visit, you could stay. And that was incredibly powerful. And for 31%, about half of those, it was an accidental tourism experience. And I would suggest Harriston is a great place to look for a place that has grown from those occasional, coincidental tourism day experiences that they're growing from. But we need to cooperate. If we're not cooperating, then we're going to fail. And it all comes down to recognizing that we are a community. We're not competing against each other. Everyone wants to be part of a community. And if we learn to do that together, to grow together, then to collaborate and to cooperate in conjunction with the way communities are changing in the future of communities, we can do amazing things. And if you ever have any questions, now's the time to ask, or like I said, send me a note at any of these links and we can chat. And until then, oh, stop sharing. There we go. Whew, that was a lot to cover in the 15 minutes.
You did well, and without a glass of water. That was very impressive, my friend.
Thanks.
That was awesome. If there's any questions, you can type them into the chat. I really connected with what you were saying, and we've been saying this for years. You have businesses working together to create a small destination, then the communities working side by side to create a larger destination, and then central counties working with the province to spread that message further afield. It's all very, very important. Amanda, yeah, we can certainly share the connection links again. Do you want to put up your last slide again, or we can put it in, or put your info in the chat? That would be awesome, because there's opportunity to do that. What's really interesting about where central counties is, I often when I am out and about, in the province and in other places, I often describe central counties. If Toronto is the carrot cake, then central counties is that rich, luxurious cream cheese icing over the top. So in many ways, we are the suburbs of the big hub, but within those suburbs already have these phenomenal identities, right? Every community has its own identity. Every community has a beautiful downtown that, and now is becoming, especially during the pandemic, a place where people from the city want to get out and explore because it's got more outdoor space. They feel they can take a breath. So it's a great time to be central counties and the communities, because there's huge opportunity to grow.
Absolutely.
Can I share a question from the Q&A?
Yep.
Melanie Barnett is asking, how should a hospitality business improve when the pandemic is totally over?
How should a hospitality business improve? That's a pretty broad question. It depends on the business. It depends on, again, I can't emphasize this enough. It also depends on what other hospitality businesses are in the community, what sort of ability there is to partnership, how you can leverage those, what the community is trying to be. There's no simple, there are all sorts of simple answers. There's just not one answer to that question. So maybe what type of hospitality business would help? Or maybe the answer is in my question. Go back and ask what other types of hospitality businesses are in the community. What are the opportunities for you to partner and work together? What's the community trying to become? How can you leverage that? How can you join with other marketing strategies to attract people and business? I mean, that's where I would always start.
Yeah, and that's where central counties and your local community DMO and your region can help make those connections, and that's what we're here. This is what today's all about. So it's an excellent question, and I think the other question is the pandemic ever really going to be over, or is it just going to be the new normal? But let's get to we have a question in the chat from Caroline. Can you give we're talking about some of our communities struggle from over tourism, where so this has to do with negative resident sentiment. A lot of the cases. Can you give a piece of advice on the important first steps for all communities and sort of where to start when it comes to sustainable tourism and changing that narrative?
Yeah, public engagement. I think one of the biggest places we fall down is public engagement. So, you know, when I was in politics with the provincial government, we used to identify problems and spend a year crafting a solution to them and then announce them, and people would be mad as hell at us. And I couldn't figure out why, because we'd solved the problem. And then I recognized we forgot to tell people what the problem was. So we use a communications strategy called PCOS. And it's mine. Don't, like, you can Google it. I don't think anything will come up. I just invented it. The first thing you need to do is engage the public to talk about what the problem is. And you need to get agreement on what the problem is. And usually the solution comes out of discussing the problem more, because then you can find common ground. And you got to find common ground and understand each other. And then once you understand what the problem is you're trying to deal with, then you can discuss the challenges, the C, created in each individual's lives, not just your life. You got to identify the challenges created for others because of the existence of the problem. Then when you presume you fix the problem, it always creates opportunities. That's the O for people when the problem goes away. And if you can go through those first stages with really engaging the public and talking about coming up with a collective understanding of the problems, the challenges, and the opportunities, the solution usually presents itself. And not only does it present itself so that you can move forward, but people understand the why of what you're doing. Too often we're doing stuff and we tell people what, we tell people how, but we don't tell people why we're doing it. And why is the problem. And this is what we're trying to fix, and this is why we're trying to fix it. And so I always encourage, instead of, you know, saying tourism's the answer, and then people are complaining about the parked cars and the tourists and the traffic, talk to them about what you're trying to achieve and what the problem is you're trying to fix. And you might discover that you don't quite understand the problem either. But once you have collective agreement on the problem, it's a lot easier to move people forward on the solution, and you deal with a lot of the opposition you would get. The NIMBYs, Nopes, Banana, Cave people, Fears, those groups.
All right, any other questions we can throw into the chat? So we'll make, once again, this whole thing is going to come to you after today is done, so you'll be able to link back in and rewatch and do all of that sort of stuff. Doug, that was awesome. Thank you so much. So much of what you were talking about is already happening, I think, in our region across, you know, in Scugog, they're doing an open streets concept. They're working through that to try to, you know, make it pedestrian friendly and vibrant. And a lot of our communities, the downtowns, between the BIAs and the businesses themselves all working together. So so for communities that are already doing that, it's so nice to hear that they're on the right track. For communities that haven't got there yet, what a great catalyst for them to start to make those changes and start down that path to you know, collaborate and partner and make themselves into the vibrant communities that they can become. So that was awesome. Hopefully you spend some time and watch some of the rest of the stuff. That'd be awesome. And if not, we will talk with you soon.
Okay, take care, everybody.
All right. Okay, so we've got, it's 11:05, so we've got 10 minutes. And during that 10 minutes, we're going to do some new videos. So you can watch the fantastic sizzle reel. And then Amy Camp is going to be coming up to talk about community trails strategy, benefits for the communities, and all sorts of stuff. So thank you very, very much. Christine, I agree that viewing this presentation would be excellent for all municipal employees. So I'm going to go on mute, and we will see you back here at 11. Enjoy the sizzle reel.
Hi, I'm Janine. Welcome to Treetop Trekking Sobel.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rod. That was phenomenal. Okay, I am hoping that everyone is back and you've got yourself a new cup of coffee and you've been able to check your emails and all of that good stuff, because we are off on our next presentation adventure with Amy Camp. So community trail use has increased in popularity as many more people are seeking healthy outdoor activities, and also outdoors and COVID seem to go hand in hand in terms of people's comfort level. As trail use rises, planning is important to ensure residents and visitors benefit from these community assets. Amy is a trails and tourism consultant and has helped launch the nationally recognized Trailstown program, and now consults communities on how they can rethink trails in tourism, which is something that's near and dear to our hearts as well. So we're thrilled to have you here. And between Amy and I, we'll be watching the chat box for questions and comments. And now we get to listen to your awesome presentation, Community Trail Strategy, Benefits for Communities, Businesses, and Trail Users. Take it away, Amy.
Okay, thank you, Chuck, and thank you, Kelly. I really appreciate you having me here and as a part of your day. I am going to go ahead and share my screen, and you should be seeing that in presenter view. If not, just let me know, Chuck. So thank you, everyone. I am going to be talking today about how communities can decide to invest in trails and to embrace their trail systems and what the benefits of doing so are. And before I do that, I'll just tell you a little bit more about who I am and what brings me here. This is a screenshot from my recently updated website. You can probably tell from the headline there that I am really invested in communities. Even though I work in trails, my background is in community development, and I believe and I know from experience and from research that the communities that have trails and invest in them, take care of them, are better places to live and to visit. So that's sort of like my approach to this work and what brings me here today. And if you remember anything from my presentation, I hope that you will remember that investing in trails contributes to more vibrant, more delightful, and more visitor-ready communities, the kinds of places that people enjoy living and enjoy encountering during their travels. My specific takeaways for today are that the COVID-19 pandemic has contributed to a mass rediscovery of the outdoors. I'll talk about that in just a few moments. Also, that there are ways that communities can more intentionally connect with their trails, and that deciding or investing on our trails, in our trails, results in more vibrant communities. So that's what we'll be spending the next 45 minutes or so on. But before I get into trails, let's talk about the Broadway musical Hamilton. Hamilton, in the musical, if you've seen it, you might know the song about the Battle of Yorktown and what an important battle that was to the Revolutionary War. And by the way, I had no idea that you would have both Doug and me make reference to this idea of revolution today whenever I was planning my presentation. But in the Battle of Yorktown, which was a pivotal battle in that war, during the song near the end, the ensemble starts singing "The World Turned Upside Down." I would sing it if I could carry a tune, but they say the world turned upside down, the world turned upside down. And the reason that they're singing that is that a global superpower had lost an important war and eventually was to lose an important battle and was to lose the war, and life had changed in a really significant way. And to me, that song was really relevant throughout the pandemic, because in March of 2020, our lives had turned upside down. In fact, I was at a conference a couple of months ago, and I walked past a conversation and I heard somebody say that. I heard somebody say our lives were turned upside down, and I didn't even need to have any context. I knew that he was talking about COVID. But if you can think back to March of 2020, we were now working from home, the schools were closed. We weren't able to go out to restaurants or theater or so many things. Some of us were sanitizing groceries. We didn't know, a whole lot about the pandemic. Life had changed pretty dramatically. But the one thing that we did have was access to the outdoors. We had rivers and lakes and mountains and trails and backyard fires, and, people went to the outdoors for solace and for entertainment, for health and wellness. And there's this study that came out a couple of years ago that suggested that we need 120 minutes a week to reap the benefits of being outside. These are the health and wellness benefits. And so suddenly with the pandemic, we had access to the outdoors, and we also had time to enjoy them. And so we still had questions, though. We were flocking to the outdoors so much that a lot of trails were overcrowded. And we didn't know, is this safe to be on a crowded trail? And so you end up with headlines like this from the New York Times: is it okay to take a walk? And so with those questions, or taking those questions, I worked with a client in Pennsylvania to try to explore what was happening in trails last year. And so this, what you see here where it says increased use, added strain, and a newfound appreciation, pretty much tells the story of what was happening with trails in Pennsylvania last year. And from, clients and contacts that I have throughout the US and Canada, I'd say that this is pretty accurate for a lot of places and their community trails. So the client was the Pennsylvania Environmental Council. And in the spring, what we did was we talked to trail managers. We talked to the people who were looking after trails. And we wanted to know what they thought about what was happening, what was their on the ground experience. And we also collected their trail counts using their electronic counts from 2020 and also 2018, 2019. And we did a study. Then in the fall, we did an update to the study so we could understand a full year or a full season in terms of what was happening during the pandemic. And so this just shows you from the trail counts, which is almost the least interesting part of the whole study. I mean, getting into their perceptions and on the ground experience is a lot more interesting, but in terms of understanding trail use last year, you can see this spike in use in April and May of last year. Spiking, every year that's a busy time, but this was the busiest year, probably on record for a lot of trails. And this spike in use pretty much is consistent with use around the United States and probably around Canada. The graph here is from the Rails to Trails Conservancy, and you see again, 2020 is just up over 2019. Now, I haven't seen any trail counts for this year, but my understanding from talking to different people in different places is just that 2021 was up again, not as high everywhere as it was in 2020, but higher than 2018, higher than 2019. So if you stop and think about it, what was happening was, we had this mass rediscovery of the outdoors. People were going to trails. At the height of the pandemic, at least in terms of the height of, being in lockdown and so forth. And a lot of them discovered that they want to keep doing this and held on to the habit of getting outside. So with that study, we heard things like this: every day is like a weekend day now, and the trail is busy all the time, every day. These are the things that trail managers were telling us. This is what we've always wanted in the world of trails. We want, all sorts of people out using and enjoying them. The only problem is it came all at once, and there were some management implications, which I think, would resonate with you. A lot of the trail managers and municipalities, whatever entities are taking care of them, face tremendous challenge in terms of being able to care for their trails and make sure that it was a safe and enjoyable experience for people. So some of the issues that sort of like affected the entire community in trail communities, and a lot of these are communities in which, trail tourism is a part of their local economy. They were facing issues like overuse and crowding on the trails, trip cancellations. People were being told to use their close to home trails, which means if you had a trip plan to go on some bike trip or a backpacking trip, you probably were canceling your trip. So while last year was a really great year for bike shops, they were just as busy as they've ever been. There were other businesses in trails and in bicycling that were affected a lot differently. B&Bs and other lodging accommodations, businesses that provide shuttle services for trail users, trailside cafes. So it's really not very cut and dry in terms of what was happening, in trail communities, but there were some challenges to be faced for certain. So what do you do whenever there's a mass rediscovery of the outdoors? How do you leverage that increased use and increased interest. One of the things I think is you want to be strategic as at the community level and regionally around your trails and how you are integrating them with your communities. So just a few things on that. First of all, adopting a shared vision is really vitally important. This is important at the community level, but also regionally. Something that I thought was interesting, like whenever Doug talked about cooperation being, to him, the most important thing a community can do. This idea of, being strategic around your trails and leveraging your trails, you have to cooperate within your community, and also there needs to be a multi-community cooperation taking place because most trails are long enough that they are connecting communities. And so one of the other things that's happening right now in the world of trails is the pursuit of trail networks and trail connectivity. You want trails that are complete and that are accessible for all users. You want trails that are connecting into your community and connecting to other trails. Some of you may know that there are multi-community, multi-state, maybe multi-provincial trail networks that are in the works. There are people talking about how do you connect Ontario to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh to DC is already connected. How do you come down from Ontario and connect over to New York City, over to Chicago? These are the kinds of things that people are thinking about in terms of trail connectivity and building out massive networks. And the people who will use those networks, it's a niche audience, but whenever you have an aspirational vision of connecting cities in different regions, different countries, even by way of trail, that catches people's attention. And for people who live in your community, that's something to be proud of, right? Now we're starting to get into sense of place and pride of place. So anyway, when we're talking about being strategic about trails, trail networks is a part of that. Communities should have their investment in trails, their interest in trails reflected in their planning documents. It should be reflected in your tourism promotion and your marketing, as well as municipal policies, municipal budgets. These are the kinds of places that if a community really is invested in its trails, you're going to see it in these different places. And then one tool that I'd like to talk about at length is the Trail Town approach to community development. This is really my specialty, and I'm excited to talk with you about that. So what is a trail town? Trail town is a community through which a trail passes that supports trail users with services, promotes the trail to its residents, and embraces the trail as a resource to be protected and celebrated. That's my favorite definition of trail towns. It really shows that there are services, there's a trail economy that's involved, but it's more than that. The trail is a resource, it's protected, it's celebrated, and it's valued. If you really want to simplify this question of what is a trail town, I was doing a workshop in the state of Indiana a couple of years ago, and somebody said to me, to be a trail town is to make the decision to pay attention to trails. And I believe that communities everywhere face that decision because it's an investment, right? You have to take care of your trails, and you have a lot of different things you're thinking about, a lot of services you need to deliver. But to be a trail town is to recognize that your trails are important community assets. So the first Trail Town program was established in 2007. I was a part of the staff that implemented that program, and it was created by the Great Allegheny Passage Conservancy, which is a trail group that oversees the Great Allegheny Passage. And it was housed by the Progress Fund, which was my former employer. And it was a nonprofit that made loans within the tourism and hospitality industry. So you had this pairing of a trail organization and an economic development small business lender working together to help communities to better connect to the trail. It was a really great pairing. This is the trail from Pittsburgh to Cumberland, Maryland. That's 150 miles. of, trail on a former rail corridor. And then that trail meets the C&O Canal towpath in Cumberland, Maryland, and carries on to Washington, D.C. So together you have 335 miles of dedicated trail. It's connecting two cities, but mostly between are a lot of rural post-industrial communities that in the early to mid 2000s really didn't understand the trail market and didn't know how to accommodate it. A lot of services were missing. There were a lot of gaps in both the trail itself as well as gaps in service. But our program, really what it was an economic development program. We considered it to be a regional approach to rural economic development. And that shows in the economic impact numbers, which we followed very closely and produced the research for a couple of the studies to track, what was the impact of this trail. So in 2002, before our program existed, before the trail was even fully complete or, well marketed, there was a disappointing economic impact study that demonstrated $7.2 million in direct annual spending to the trail. By 2008, that had shot up to $40 million US. By 2012, up to 50 million. And there's a new study that should be coming out any day now that's going to show the more recent 2019-2020 economic impact. So we really were looking at helping these communities to leverage the trail and to better connect to it, to start small businesses and help businesses to expand, to provide the kinds of services that trail users were looking for. That's really what we were working on with that program. But here's the thing, I think a lot of people think about trail users and just are thinking about their very immediate needs on the trail, right? A lot of trail users need lodging accommodations. They might need some transportation. They might need, bike parts, bike repair, hiking boots, whatever, food, whether that's from restaurants or from grocery stores. These are some of the most basic needs of people who are on a trail trip in terms of a multi-day trip. But a lot of people who are using trails are not doing multi-day trips. They're just out for a day or a few hours, or maybe they're visiting your region and want to, get on a trail and just make that a part of their trip. And so there is a lot of opportunity to help communities, better connect to their trail users by getting them to off-trail points of interest. So I was thinking about the Great Allegheny Passage and what some of those points of interest are. And I'm just going to fly through a few of them. These are just a few from along the entire 150 miles. But I hope that I can demonstrate to you that people who are using trails also want to ride the Monongahela Incline in Pittsburgh before they get on the trail. They, want to get up to the top of the mountain and have a look at the city. So that's something they can do for just a few dollars. They might want to go over to Bicycle Heaven Museum. It's a museum that has 5,000 bikes on 2 floors. And it's just really astounding to be in there and to see all of the different kinds of bikes that they have from all points in bicycling history. And it's a fun off-trail thing to do. Another one is the Ruins Project. This is somewhere midway on the trail. Rachel Sager, who's a mosaicist, grew up in the area. Her father and her grandfather worked in the coal mines. And then she went on to purchase this property, which was on a former coal mine. And she took what was remaining of the walls and used that as the substrate for her mosaic works and for the work of artists from around the world who come and work with her. So this is sort of like one of those things that this one is actually right along the trail and people will take the time to stop and take a tour. So you can do a tour for $15 or you can buy a refrigerator magnet for about the same price. You can maybe buy an ice cream sandwich for $6 or you can buy one of her pieces of art. She sells art for $1,200, right? Or $40 or $800. So there's like all of these different ranges in which you can engage with this business off the trail. a lot of people want to stop in the town of Ohiopyle and go whitewater rafting. That's a day where you might just not get on your bike at all and just spend an extra day. To go whitewater rafting here, that's, starting at around $75. Or people might want to go up the falling water. It's not safe to get the falling water on your bike. So you either have your personal vehicle or you get one of the local outfitters to shuttle you up the hill. And tours at falling water start about $30. So this is all just to show you some different ways that trail users intersect with other types of travel and travel interests. So I'm going to ask you to take a minute to go into the chat and just, if you're thinking about your trails and people who are visiting them, what are some other things in your area that those people might want to go do when they're not on their bikes or they're not on the trail or in the kayak? What do they want to do when they're not on the trail? Connecting to Durham Forest and the amazing breweries and cideries. I'm definitely ready to come up for a visit after seeing those videos, Chuck. Lots of good beer and food and cider, it looks like. What else? Spa services, yes. Massage, hot tub soak, all of those things for sure. And here's the thing, not every trail user will do that, but some will. I mean, there are people there's like a range, a spectrum of going from like this idea of shoestring cyclists where people are on a budget to luxury. And people want to treat themselves. They're treating it as a vacation. A lot of time it is a vacation. Visiting charming downtowns, bakeries and cafes. Yes, all of that. Enjoying the holiday lights in Uxbridge and downtown shops. Yeah, absolutely. And I think Kelly was telling me about Uxbridge as being a great trail destination. I'm going to have to come and take a look sometime. Local culture scene, music, art. Yeah, all of these, right? We're all whole people, right? And unless you're very serious about your trail trip, you want to do other things and you want to experience an area. I mean, this is a trail experience. It's a visitor experience. So I'm going to go back to the presentation. Thank you everyone for sharing there. So back to this idea of trail towns. There is now a trail town presence in at least 28 states and the province of Ontario. And I'm going to tell you more about that in just a moment. But it was just this idea that we did in Pennsylvania and Western Maryland to help communities better connect to the trail, better benefit from it. And it was an idea that turned out to be transferable. It could be done in other places. And so the story of trail towns gets interesting to me whenever you had trail and community advocates in other places take this idea and adapt it for their region or for their trail. And it also becomes interesting to me because there was a bit of a de-emphasis on the tourism side of it and the economic development side of it. You heard earlier, you heard Doug say that economic development is community development. And whenever we are taking care of our communities and making sure that our communities are vibrant, interesting places for the people that live here, that's when economic development follows. That's when tourism follows. So some of the programs that it helped to evolve trail towns, they were really highly focused on that local resident piece, and it made it a stronger, more viable approach to community development. So if you look at the logo on the bottom row in the middle, Kawarthas Northumberland, that's where I'm going to take you next. So what happened was Brenda Wood, who is with us today, she's the executive director of Kawarthas Northumberland. She learned about trail towns and decided that the Trent Severn Waterway and the communities along the waterway would benefit from a trail town approach. And so what Brenda did is over a period of a few years, we worked together on this idea of trail towns. I came up and gave did workshops, and people came down here to see the trails here, and she established a program to help communities along the waterway better connect to it, and to help visitors to the waterway to plan their trips into the communities. So I have just a few slides from the from her website. Brenda, if you want to pop that in the chat so people can visit it later, I'm sure that they would like to. But this is just, you know, from their homepage. Your Trail Town adventure begins here. And there are there's also a plan your visit on the homepage. So now we're getting into trip planning and you know, providing this service of helping people who are using the waterway or visiting it, you know, by car, whether it's by car or by boat. You know, these are the communities along the way and how you can get into them and what they have to offer. You see 6 communities here. That's just because my screenshot can only fit the 6. They actually have 9 designated communities that are participating in this program, and they're doing some fun, interesting things. Like you can see, they have a Trail Towns paddle art tour, and I think art and trails go very well together. Art is a vibrancy indicator for communities, and so I love to see that this is happening. And they have a Trail Town friendly business designation, so that businesses can demonstrate to visitors and to trail users that they are trail friendly. This is just like a really quick snapshot of some of what's happening, but they do have Canada's first Trail Town program, and I know that's something that Brenda and the others are quite proud of. So cultivating a trail culture is something I wanted to talk about as well. So last year I published a book called Deciding on Trails, and in the book I talk about this idea of trail towns. I talk about the history and the evolution of trail towns, as well as some community best practices. And the best practices are here on this slide. I'll go through them quickly, but a lot of this aligns very well with what Doug was talking about earlier about how we you know, tend to our communities. So I talked about adopting a shared vision, you know, either for your community or your various communities along that same trail system. Physically connecting your trail to town. It's not often that a trail goes directly through a downtown commercial area, right? So we have to find ways to physically, you know, and safely connect people between trail and town, so that trail users can come into town and townspeople can go out to the trail in a manner that is safe and inviting. These are things like bike lanes and sidewalks, wayfinding signage, you know, just how do we move people between trail and town with infrastructure. Third practice is extending an invitation. This is, you know, where we're starting to get into hospitality. How are we inviting people into our community and out to our trail? Cultivating a trail culture, I'll talk about next. Knowing your market. There are all sorts of trail users on all sorts of trails. It's important to understand, you know, who's visiting yours and who could be. Sharing your story, the story of your trail, the story of your region, of your community. It's a competitive marketplace. So what is it that when people are making their travel decisions makes them want to come into your community and onto your trail? And committing to quality trails. This is, you know, planning and building trails of good quality, taking care of them, making sure there's some destination appeal to them. Like this bridge here. This is the High Trestle Trail Bridge in central Iowa. And it's a 24-mile trail, which often does not make for a destination trail. But what they did was they created this bridge. They could have put any bridge spanning this Des Moines River Valley, but instead they did this epic work of art, right? And it's become a destination by day and by night because they light the bridge at night. Yeah, really special place, great trail, and this bridge has a lot to do with it. They're sharing their story as well with these arches. These arches represent the cribbings of an underground coal mine, and so they're honoring that local heritage, you know, through the art here on the bridge. And then if you get into the next town, Madrid, Iowa, you can see their wayfinding signage is calling people into town, and they are mimicking those arches. So they are continuing to honor that story, to honor the bridge itself, and to integrate. So this is where I'm starting to talk about the culture, cultivating a trail culture. I consider it to be the bedrock best practice, and it shows up in all of the other practices. And this would be a good example of that. And then this is what a business owner along that trail has to say.
Hello, my name's name's Chris Huddle. I'm the owner and general manager of Snooze Hill Winery in Madrid. We're located about 1 mile north of the High Trestle Trail. And one of the things I want to convey to this group is that we're not directly on the trail itself, but we see a tremendous amount of residual cycle business. The people that come to see this trail, they might drive from an hour away, an hour and a half away from the next state. That is my market. We would love to have direct cycle business, but there is also a benefit to being in the general area. We like to refer to ourselves as a secondary tourist attraction to the High Trestle Trail. Being 1 mile removed from the trail on gravel, showing up here on a beautiful Sunday morning, the first 6 customers that we saw today were on bicycles. They were waiting for me on the porch when I got here this morning. Hello.
So what he's saying there, he's not located directly on the trail, but people find their way to him, right? Whether it's those people on their bikes who biked out to his business, or like I was talking about, a lot of more casual trail users have their personal vehicles with them, and maybe will go use the trail and then go to the winery afterward. They find their way to his business, and it's the trail that brings people into the area. So he considers his business to be a secondary tourist attraction to the trail. Now, not every winery owner would say such a thing, but in his town, that's the reality, and he gets it. There's a trail supportive culture that's coming from the businesses and the community in Madrid, Iowa. So I have just a handful of slides here showing you some more examples of trail culture and how it shows up in our built communities. So along the Great Allegheny Passage, the photo on the left is in Frostburg, Maryland. Maryland is called the Mountain City. So you have to go from the trail up to town. You have to go up the mountain about a mile if you want to get into town. That's a tough sell. But they're doing everything they can in Frostburg to pull people up in the town. They built these switchbacks to make it a little bit easier to get up the hill. And they put these really great sculptures along the way on the switchbacks, these bicycle themed sculptures that are, kind of like doing some of the heavy work of inviting people into town. They're enticing, and you want to see them. And they also have interpretive panels and banners, and so they're kind of like drawing people up toward town. In the town of Connellsville, I've been working with them this summer on some placemaking efforts, and we did a vintage bike exhibit, and we had 30 bikes in 20 locations all around town. The idea was, instead of people just passing through town while they're on the trail, is to invite them to stop and look around, and we used the bikes to do that. The bike that you're looking at is one that the Garden Club did. And so if we're thinking about culture, whenever you have the local garden club jumping onto a project like this and participating and spray painting bikes and turning them into planters and putting them all around town in their gardens, that's indicative of culture. This is also Connellsville. The image on the right is the art for that exhibit, Bananas for Bikes, which was inspired by the bicycle, banana seat style bicycle from the 60s and 70s. The picture on the lower left is the college student who did that art for us. He doesn't even live in Connellsville, but he and his family came over this summer so he could see his work and see the bikes. Picture on the upper left is a local resident who we sent out on weekends to do chalk messaging. So this was a really affordable, easy way for us to express a sense of whimsy and enthusiasm around the trail and the great outdoors. And it was sort of like a crossover. She was doing, mostly different messaging, but sometimes she would direct people to the bikes with her messages. We also had a high school student who was a very talented artist do messages for us. The image on the left was like she did these like monthly temporary exhibits or installations. And this is, again, just to express that sense of welcome. We're happy you're here. On the right as a group walking tour. We that bike exhibit was self-guided, but once this summer we got together and did guided tours, and we ended with banana splits. And if you're trying to affect a cultural shift in your community related to trails or related to anything, you know, sometimes this happens. It happens over time, and it happens by bringing people together, which is a part of what we were doing. And then the last town I wanted to tell you about was Franklin, Pennsylvania. This is not on the Great Allegheny Passage, but they have some other trails intersecting at their community. The business you see is Trails to Ales Brewery. And I think breweries are doing a great job. Coffee shops do a great job. Restaurants of really like honoring local trails, connecting to them. You see, you know, the trails honored in menu items, business names. On the Trent Severn Waterway, they have a couple of Trailtown beers brewed by a local brewery. So these are the things that, again, are indicative of culture as well. And sometimes people ask me, you know, how do you know that you've achieved the trail culture? And I always come back to this yarn bike. This is across the street from the brewery in Franklin. And the woman who owns this yarn shop had no business reason to do this window display, right? She probably has a lot of other things she could have focused her time on, but she put this great yarn bike in the window with the roller skates, the trail maps, the tennis shoes, the bike trail sign. And to me, that says there's a trail culture that is a part of that community, to the point that she wanted to do that, even though that, you know, there wasn't a business incentive to do so. So my call to action for you is to consider, you know, what is your yarn bike in your community? What are the things that you can do, whether you have a Trailtown program in place or not, that are things, services and actions and quick changes, longer term investments that will really demonstrate your commitment to trails. And that's my call to action for you. So thank you so much. I appreciate being here. And I think we still have some time for questions if there are any.
Yeah, that we do. And so throw your questions into, there we go. We got one already. Do you think nowadays people choose trail apps over digital or hard copy trail apps?
I think it's both. I think it's probably going to be a long time, if ever, before we can get away from printed maps. You know, there definitely is an audience that will want the digital, but I haven't really seen any trail groups that are ready to let go of the maps.
Yeah. I don't think they should. I'm a big fan of give people the information in any way you can. Right? Mm-hmm. So that's always good. This was brilliant. This ties so perfectly into, we're going to be talking about some funding that's available. But what you did is you were able to take the notion of a recreational activity that by itself usually doesn't cost the people anything, right? Like just the gas to get there, or unless they are walking to it. And you turned it into an economic discussion and a community vibrancy discussion, and it ties perfectly into what Doug was saying, is those two are intricately linked. You have a sense of place and a sense of pride, and you're building a community. There's an economic benefit, and something we believe in wholeheartedly, that trails can be the catalyst for travel, day trippers, overnighters, all that sort of stuff. And it's that connectivity to the community that can really have that economic impact and make it so that, you know, there are the local brewery that the residents can enjoy, because there's visitors who go there to help them be profitable and that sort of thing. All right, so any other questions? There's got to be some good questions out there.
Well, while people are maybe thinking about that, yeah. I mean, I'll just respond to your comment, Chuck. Brenda Wood and I both have been to Newfoundland for the Edge of the Wedge experiential travel course. And, you know, I'm really, I don't know if I'm a convert or I already was there, but I mean, we're talking not just about trail use, we're talking about trail experiences and tourism experiences, right? People want to come, like I said, unless they're very serious about just being on the trail, and they want to experience your area. And a part of what we can do is help them to do that in a way that is good for them, interesting to them, and is of economic benefit, right? I mean, there are people who are on the higher end. There are people that spend $5,000 on a bike, right? And they are going to spend on services and experiences in your community if you can help them if you can help to show them how to do that.
Perfect. We've got a question here from Tam Stefik asking, how did you compile the economic information to determine the impact? So what resources did you use?
Yeah, so I was involved in the ones from 2008 and 2012, and we worked with a research firm on that, and we had trail user surveys where trail users were telling us what they were spending, and we also surveyed trail businesses. So, and they were telling us, you know, how their business was benefiting from trail use, and we paired that information. So that's how we did that for those studies. And
did you balance it with trail counters? So you took a sample, but then also knew how many trail users you were, so you could extrapolate it across.
Yeah, and they do a great job still of doing a very good job with their trail counts every year. And they use the trail counters, and then they also have people go out and count so that you could make sure that the counters are properly calibrated. So that information all comes together in understanding the trail's impact. And then in terms of like looking at how people were spending, you know, at the time we looked at local trail user spending, regional trail user spending, and people who were coming from outside of the region. You know, and there's a range of how they're spending, right? The local spenders are spending a little bit, regional are spending more, and then people who are overnighters are like spending like a couple $100s a day.
Right. Perfect. Okay, we got a question from Amanda. So if you have a trail that is further away from the city centers or the local business areas, but still has one or two experiences that would benefit the trail users, how do you bridge that physical gap to create a trail culture?
Amanda, I think it might depend on how far out it is. Like if you're physically able to do a connector trail or some kind of other safe connection to get people into town. But I think maybe what you're asking about is about the culture piece. I mean, to me, it comes down to pride and pride of place and pride of the trail. If it's the kind of trail that local people enjoy and use and feel proud of, that it just becomes like integrated in the culture. And you know, you can do some of the things that I was showing to kind of like accelerate that trail culture, community walks on the trail, or a trail themed beer, or menu items, festivals. Like there are all kinds of different things you can do, even if the trail's not right in town. If you consider it to be one of your amenities for your community, you find ways of connecting with it.
Yeah, and it could be as simple as even trailhead signage, well, just saying, hey, town's this way. Mm-hmm. However, once you get into town, you got to live that culture with the welcome hikers, bikers, and people, the businesses are make people feel, hey, they actually wanted us in town here.
Yeah,
we'll spend our money.
The reason that I put so much emphasis on the culture is that I have worked in trail communities. I told you that we were really highly focused on the economic piece. We weren't thinking about whole communities at the time. Like this is a program that was created like almost 15 years ago, and we just weren't really thinking about the holistic nature of trail communities. And I feel like in some of the towns, you could tell that culture just didn't really exist. It was more of like a transactional trail economy, and people sense that when they're visiting. When you go any place, whether this is a place that feels like the kind of place that people are excited about the trail and excited about their town. And so I think that culture piece cannot be overemphasized enough.
We've got another question here that went in the Q&A. Do you have any thoughts on how a community can monetize the trail visitor experience? It costs a lot for a community to offer trails, and there are only a few ways to earn money to be able to manage the upkeep, parker or trail, parking, trails passes. Is there anything else to consider to help the municipal pay for the upkeep of the trails? My short answer is, well, if every business downtown is paying its taxes because they're open, that's one way. but maybe the council needs to see a direct correlation between the trails and the cost to keep them.
Yeah, I was going to go to the same place around taxes. I mean, I think you probably have a lodging tax. There, I don't know for sure if you do, but like along the Great Allegheny Passage, the counties that collect the lodging tax dollars, reinvest some of that money into the trail. So that's one possibility.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, most of our communities don't yet. So we just need to figure that out and hopefully start to convince people that the overall economic benefit for the community, meaning the amount of businesses that are there, the amount of residents who want to stay there, helps out. Property taxes are a big source of revenues. So okay. So with that, look at that, we're right on time, and Amy, that was awesome. Thank you so much. I really, really liked that presentation. Okay, so I'm just hearing from Kelly. So we're going to go to the lunch break now. So we're going to start with Rod is going to show that B2B video is all set up properly, and then it's an Ask Me Anything lunch, and I'm a little nervous. So let's see the video, and I'll get prepped.
This is uncanny. We got silence.
Yeah, you might.
We built a strong online support hub to meet the needs of the businesses, DMOs, and communities that we service. We've grown a lot since then, and so have you, our stakeholders. Central County's tourism recognizes that your needs have evolved, and we are excited to launch a new website with increased user-friendly functions, a personalized member portal, and access to the new Central County's Tourism Learning Lab. Featuring all the tools and resources you've come to expect and rely on, this new website is easy to navigate, with quick links designed to take you directly to the most current industry and CCT news, as well as exclusive member-only opportunities, e-learning, content, and support. When it comes to taking advantage of our member-only content, there are several points of access for you to log in or register. We've even added a universal login that will enable you to sign in through your social media or Google account. Registration and membership are free and offers access to research, feature articles, exclusive marketing opportunities, the CCT Image Bank, and the all-new Learning Lab. Once logged in, you'll experience a member dashboard that is customized to your business profile. This includes customized news and targeted marketing opportunities, and you can track your progress in the Learning Lab. You will also see a summary of your listings and their status encompassed in one dashboard. And finally, our most exciting addition, the Central County's Tourism Learning Lab, which will give you the opportunity to gain knowledge and skills that will help grow your business. Upon access to the Learning Lab, you will be able to self-enroll in one of our latest courses on offer. Test your skills while earning badges and certificates for every successful completion. We invite all our stakeholders to complete our first course, the Tourism Ambassador Program. This interactive learning experience sets the learner on a journey to becoming a tourism ambassador for their community by providing information on the region's visitors and guidelines for customer service excellence. This fun and informative program includes features such as choosing your own avatar, interactive learning, illustrations, videos, and a follow-along resource guide. Over the next year, we'll be adding to the Learning Lab with courses on strategic writing for your business, marketing your business, and grant writing. Like you, Central County's tourism is evolving. We're taking your lead to provide the tools and information you're looking for to bring visitors to your regions, communities, and businesses.
Perfect. Thanks, Rod. That was awesome. Okay, so now you're stuck with me for the next half hour. Hopefully you are grabbing yourself something to eat I will do that after these this next 25 minutes. So I wanted to start, you feel free, any questions, throw them into the chat, I'll monitor the chat, but let's start with some federal funding. So the FedDev has the Tourism Relief Fund, and we have been talking with the program manager at FedDev about the program, and they are looking for applications. So don't think that you can't apply it. We made an application ourselves, and I did it, and it only took me a couple hours to do. The hardest part for me was, making sure we had the business number and all of the nuts and bolts of who we are put out properly. The actual program wasn't all that difficult because I had it in my mind what we wanted to do, and basically was to help the partnership program and support that and do a bunch of other things. They are really focused on community development, just exactly what we're talking about: partnerships, community development. Trails was one of the things that they mentioned. So for our community leaders on the call, or our not-for-profit organizations, they will pay 100% of the project costs of what you are looking to do. The words you want to use are things like greening. So if we're doing anything that's a greening initiative, or development is a big one. Accessibility, something to do with your towns, connecting your towns to trails, or making it so your town is more visitor friendly. These are all projects that they are more than willing to fund. They have a lot of money that they need to get out the door by March 31st of 2022, and then they have even more money to invest in 2022 up until March 31st of 2023. So they've asked me to ask you to put your projects forward, or put out some ideas for the projects. We're here at Central Counties. You can always reach me, and Kelly, you can put up my email address maybe in the chat box. You can reach me and start talking about what those projects are, and we can help. I can't write the application because I don't know your business number and stuff, but we can certainly talk about the meat and the potatoes and the wording for the bulk. Okay, so we've got one from Christina. What are my thoughts on emerging trends this winter tourism season? Okay, so I believe that here, and this is a crystal ball. This is like Deep Thoughts by Chuck. I don't think we're going to move backwards. I'm knocking on some wood right now, but I don't think that we are going to move backwards in terms of the current restrictions that are in place. And there's a couple of reasons I think that. I think that with hospitalization stabilizing, so unless something goes totally sideways, if hospitalizations are stabilizing, they will keep things status quo. We do have an election coming up in June, and I think that certainly they want to have as much positive messaging going forward and supporting as many businesses as humanly possible. I think that there's going to be some more support, whether it's through the Tourism Relief Fund and maybe the province, some additional support for the tourism businesses that are still struggling. So in terms of direct support, I think that will continue. In terms of where people are going to go, I think they're getting more comfortable. I'm looking, we've talked, so this is anecdotally, but we've been talking to our hotel partners and that have meeting and conference spaces, and they are starting to see some meeting spaces be taken up. Smaller meetings, not huge conferences yet, and not near the lead time that they used to have, but certainly people are starting to ease back into things. So I think that will be effective and help the overnight accommodators. And I also think that people spent all of their money on their backyards last year, and now there's more disposable income this year to get out and do things. So people who might have just gone for a day trip to go skiing or something outdoors might turn it into a weekend trip and spend more time at the restaurants in the overnight because they feel more comfortable doing so. So I think it's actually going to be a pretty good season. I do think it's going to be very outdoor outdoor focused, but once again, it's how do we as an organization, how do you as a community, and how do you as businesses connect with those outdoor activities to get people to spend more time there. And hopefully, Christina, that helps. Yes, municipalities are eligible for the FedDev fund up to $500,000 and they will do 100% of your projects, and hopefully there's ideas out there. Now, what I've done is put in for like $4 million is what I've applied for, and basically I'm asking to become a third party project manager of the FedDev fund. I have no idea if we're going to get it. There was, I know the fund was announced in August, but then they went to an election. They've just instated their tourism minister, so that the gentleman out of Alberta's got to get acclimatized, and he hasn't even seen all of the applications that are here to date. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But hopefully then for smaller projects, we'll have some money and be reaching out to our municipal partners and to our private business stakeholders to extend the partnership program and hopefully get more co-investments out the door. That was it for questions. I had all these things. I thought I had more questions coming up. What else do you have for me? It's only 10 after. What do we want to talk about? Anyone? No one? Man. All right. Kelly, give me a question. Oh, Lisa's got her hand up. I saw her hand go up. Did you want to go off of mute? Rod, can you put Lisa off of mute?
Yep, she's got the ability to speak now.
Oh, there we go. Hey, Lisa.
Hi, Chuck. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry, I couldn't type fast enough.
No worries.
Anyway, I just was wondering what your perspective is on the group tourism. So are you seeing in other communities that group tourism is now returning, and what is the comfort level with people getting on a bus and exploring things as a group? We're just considering things going forward, and I'm just thinking about realistic timing.
I think it's coming back. I think it will come back. It will come back in the spring and summer to a certain degree. I don't think we'll have full on where you've got 3 buses coming at one time, but I do think we'll get to that point where we have a full 55-person bus load. The other neat thing is that I think there's opportunities for some of the smaller tour companies to do these more intimate, 10 to 20 person group tours. And I think that they would be able to customize them. And when they're doing the customization, then of course be able to charge a little bit more, get them into some intimate experiences at our stakeholders who might not be able to take a 55-person bus. I know one of the things that we ran into trouble with the I'm going to put Rod on mute here if I could. No. Some of the issues we ran in with 10% Temptation was they couldn't handle a 55-person bus. They only wanted to have smaller buses. So there's that opportunity there. So the long answer is, or the short answer is yes, I think it's coming back. I think we're probably 2 years out from it being completely back, but I think there's great opportunities for smaller group travel in 2022. Okay, so how do we continue to attract talent to Central Counties? Eric, that's going to be your discussion right after. It's going to be awesome. At 12:30, we've got Eric coming up, and he's going to tell us all about that. So I'm leaving that one. We still need more data to support investment in tourism. That is true, Karen, and we have tons of it coming out. One of the coolest things that Tom from our team was able to do very recently was talk about the what's the word that we were using? The basically the travel discrepancy, the money spent by our residents in Central Counties on tourism in Ontario, including our area, versus the amount of money spent in Central Counties on tourism. And we were number one in 2019 we actually had, it wasn't a deficit, we had a surplus. So there was a surplus of close to $1 billion more spent in Central Counties by everyone in Ontario than the residents of Central Counties spending on tourism throughout Ontario and wherever they were going. which was a really, really interesting number that he was able to pull out. And I'm really hoping that as he keeps through these numbers, we are going to be able to keep telling this economic story so that our community, our staffers can then talk to council and everyone understands that the vibrancy of tourism is an economic driver for the community and is a reason why people choose to move to those communities. I've always said no one wakes up on a Friday morning in Windsor and says, oh, I think I want to move to Georgina. All right, it's, hey, I'm coming in. I heard about these fantastic things going on at Georgina. I'm going to stay at the Briars. I'm playing golf. I'm going to do, or in the winter, I'm going to do ice fishing, all these things. And they get there and they're like, wow, I want to move here. So we often joke that the person who makes the most money in tourism is the real estate agents because of people who choose to move somewhere because of where they visited, and Doug's presentation talked about that. And then of course the lawyers get the second most because they're brokering all those transactions. Amy said, will Headwaters tourism ever be revised, do you think? It is not, I'm not sure. We love the Headwaters tourism region is now a consortium of the communities that make it up. We all work together collaboratively, and Central Counties does hold sort of a Headwaters tourism page. So anything that is Headwaters related within the context of a regional approach like Durham does, and Durham Tourism and the York Region Arts Council in York Region, we host that on the Central County site. So it is, they don't have their own DMO per se, but they now have all of the entities, the Erin and Caledon and Orangeville and Dufferin all working together with us to populate and tell a wholesome story of what's going on in Headwaters. Do I have any suggestions on bringing boards of trade into a collaborative approach, connecting businesses? Yeah, actually, Christine, I've been lucky enough. I'm actually sitting on the Markham Board of Trade right now, and I'm trying to do just that. So as a board member, I'm trying to navigate what are the benefits? How do you get more of these tourism businesses on board, and how do the other businesses support the tourism businesses when it comes to boards of trade? I think I agree with you, there's a big opportunity. I'm just trying to do it from a backdoor perspective, like kind of learning the ropes and where those gaps are. Boards of trade, it's all about value. What's the value proposition? Because you have to buy a membership to be a board member. So these small businesses that are the restaurants and the attractions and some of the accommodators, they have to see what that value is. And I think a lot of that value is connecting to the rest of the businesses in town. Right, making sure that when someone's got their families coming in to visit, they know about the places to go in town. So I'm trying to figure out what that value proposition is and how do we make it work, because I do think that there's between chambers of commerce and boards of trade, there's big opportunities here for these smaller businesses that are in our industry to benefit from some of the some of the red tape work and behind the scenes and trying to affect change from a business perspective, but also connecting them to the people that live and work in those communities. And hopefully that answers that question. Do you want to talk a little bit how research is driving all parts of my decision making and we're tracking success? Yes. So Tom is doing, like I said, Tom is doing a great job, and I have swallowed the research Kool-Aid. I used to be a gut. Oh, it felt good in my gut, so we should be doing it. Everything we're doing is now based in research, and you look at we know who's coming in, we know why they're coming in, we know where they live, we know how to reach all of our consumers. That's great. We built out, if you look at this fantastic learning lab that we're putting together, you look at the modules we're creating, that's based on your feedback from our surveys. What do you need? What are you looking for? That's research based. We're delivering on that. And then we're trying to track all of the economic impact from it. So we can talk more about that after, but that's where we are headed down that path. And all of this research is available to you, and Tom is available to talk with you about how do we do how do we get more research based for your community or your business or your festival or whatever the heck it is. We can help you with the metrics to help tell your story about the impact you're having. Oh, the travel, yes, thank you. She was talking about travel account, travel surplus. We ranked number 2. Yes, you're right, Tom. We did rank number 2. So we were number 1 in 2019. In 2020, we took a hit, but we were still in a surplus of $333 million, where some of our other RTO peers had a deficit going on. So that's true. Has any place or municipality seen successful creating glamping sites when general? Yes, Pam. We have in Caledon. We were just there. Amy's been brilliant. Amy from Alabaster Acres. There she is. And not only does she have glamping, she's got this awesome vision of community. Like everything we're talking about right here today, she's doing for her own business. Just last week, we visited a couple months ago, and she said, I want to get all the stakeholders together, and we haven't seen each other in forever. Let's meet here and let's talk about what everyone's doing, and let's get everyone's email addresses, and let's figure out how do we work together to grow the industry, make everyone successful. And we had about 20 people show up last week, and it was phenomenal. And people just got to talk and make connections and figure out how do they work together so that the people that are coming to see Amy also know about other things to do, and the people that go to see the other things to do know about Amy and the great glamping sites that she has. Amy, you should put your website into the chat, would be awesome. Oh, great. I do like to speak. It's going to cost you lunch, Christine. So that's about it. Don't you worry about that. What is the percentage of federal funding for? Oh, it's 50%, Sarah, up to $100,000. So they'll do partnerships for projects up to $100,000. The good thing about the feds is that they will do infrastructure. So if you have hard costs, if you want to buy portable trailers, like portable washroom trailers, or you want to build a parking lot on your trails, or you want to get garbage cans for your downtown and hire the staff to make sure that there is no garbage, so you have this beautiful community, they pay for that, the actual hard costs that are associated with some of these things. Thank you, Amy, for that. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Christine. Okay, we are at 12:22. Do we have any more questions? And for some reason, one of my speakers just going. Yes, I think FedDev would be great for you for the new trailers. I think so too. I think that we want to get more. Amy's putting in more trailers as well at Alabaster Acres for additional accommodations. So that's all very, very good. All right. Oh, and Kelly has just private messaged me because she has a program called the Randomizer, and she has picked Judy Zajac from AE Natural Meats in Mount Albert is our lunch winner. So Judy, I'll be reaching out to you, and we will make sure that is set up. I'm just going to go on mute for a second because for some reason I have music playing that I have to stop. Okay, that worked. Should advertising strategies help seek tourists? Yeah, all of the stuff that we do when it comes to our content is really meant to tell that story about why people should come to our region. And it was interesting. We were talking about, I guess, both Doug and Amy were both talking about telling the story, so it's not so much about advertising, but it's telling the story. So when we were doing some of our stuff with the virtual road trip, some of the items that were the most most read, the most direct engagement that then linked right back to the stakeholder were these awesome behind the scenes stories. So Meet the Ride Operator at Canada's Wonderland was a really good example. And you know, I'm sure the ride guys say, why are you interviewing me for an ad? It's because what's every day for him is really interesting for people who don't know, and people who go to Wonderland, they probably aren't thinking about that. And it was a really good story to tell, and then links into, you know, coming on one of these road trips. So when it comes to your own personal advertising strategies or regional advertising strategy and the content, we're big fans of bottom up, right? We tell the stories of what you have, and hopefully after this and through this, we'll be able to tell that story of what you have and what your neighbors have and what the community has that makes it a vibrant community, and then shuffle that up and really tell that story to a wider audience. And this is where your regional partners, you know, your community and us as regional partners help amplify that message. And then we've got people from Destination Ontario on the call today as well. And we take those messages, and where it fits, we tell those stories and we give it to Destination Ontario, who tells it right across the province and beyond. So we don't just tell people to come for the sake of coming. You have to come for a reason. And we match each of the stories, and we tell it to the audience who is most predisposed to doing those kind of activities. If that, hopefully that makes sense. All right, I don't have any other questions here. What have I? Do we have anything else? All right, well, why don't we take 4 minutes to grab, I'm gonna go get some lunch, and then I will introduce Eric, who's got our next fantastic session on. All right, so let's go right till 12:29, and I have 12:26. I've got my lunch here. I'm on noon. This is all I'm allowed to eat at lunch. It's you know, it's a high in water, low in calories. That's a good thing. All right, so here we go. So up next here, and once again, my email address is in the chat now. And please feel free at any time to reach out to me, and we'll connect and figure out how do we work together to partner for success. And next up, we have Eric Tremundi, and I said it correctly because I asked. And Eric is a globally recognized thought leader and best-selling author on how organizations can future-proof their workforces. Eric will be bringing actionable ideas and strategies to help you prepare for finding, attracting, and keeping your staff, which is ridiculously important in this day and age. It was one of those things that I always thought that our region would be almost immune to, just because of the huge population we have within central counties to draw from. But we are finding ourselves in a predicament that many regions have been facing for years. And you know, so instead of being late to the band, let's get out ahead of it with Eric here, and let's figure it all out. So let's welcome Eric to speak about attracting and retaining tomorrow's top talent. Take it away, my friend.
Awesome. Hey, you know what, Chuck? Thanks so much. It is wonderful to be here with you today. And listen, in our pre-conversation calls with Kelly, we sort of agreed to do something a little bit different. And I want to invite everyone who's with us virtually today to just sort of understand how this next session might work. The truth is, I've got about 60 minutes of content all queued up and ready to go. And I might say, we thought we might do something a little bit different. Let's consider this the most interruptible keynote presentation you've perhaps never been to. Somewhere in between a keynote and a workshop and sort of a fireside chat meets Q&A. The truth is, there are a lot of things that are happening around the world right now that impact this conversation around recruiting for tomorrow's greatest teams, what we can do to attract and ultimately keep top talent. But when we get into industry specificity, when we get into region specificity, when we get into really understanding your businesses, your organizations, and ultimately what you're doing to better tackle this conversation right now, only then will we be able to not only learn from each other, but to share some of the things that are working really well as well. So before I dive in, if you have questions, or if you'd like to debate, or if you'd like to spark conversation, I invite you to jump into the chat. And even if you want to turn once you've sort of been called upon, even if you want, I'd love to hear from you too. I'd love to make this as much of a conversation as possible. And Chuck, you kind of called me out a little bit when I asked you what your thoughts were on attracting and retaining talent. But what I found is that, especially with the 80 or so folks that are on the line today, there are many strategies, there are many sort of tricks, there are many sort of lessons that have been learned over the last 16 or 18 months that certainly can be shared. You know, in a situation like this, a rising tide lifts all boats, and the more we can learn, share, and discover from each other, the better off we'll be. A little bit of background on myself. I've spent the better part of the last 10 years understanding what is it that great organizations do ultimately to attract and retain top talent. I've surveyed tens of thousands of people across the country, into the United States as well, and even into Western Europe. I wrote my best-selling book somewhere back there called Rethink Work, on ultimately what we can do to tackle this conversation specifically, how we can attract and retain top talent. So I've interviewed hundreds of leaders across the country, all understanding what is it that we can do today to build incredible teams. And I think here's where I'll start. Like most great Canadians, chances are either we're a fan of hockey or we've got a family member who is a fan of hockey. And one of my favorite lines that I can't actually attribute this to a specific person, even though I first heard it from my dad, though I'm pretty sure this is not his quote. We've all heard it before, is that sometimes the best defense is a good offense. And one of the things that I think is missing when we're trying to attract and keep top talent is the fact that we're almost trying to think that, you know, to put in this good defense is really ultimately putting out a good job description and just sort of crossing our fingers saying we've got a wonderful place to work, we're highly respectable, we act out of integrity, we value these certain things, here are our mission and our values. And the problem is, of course, when we just put out a good job description and cross our fingers and hope for the best, that there are certain steps that we're missing that could happen before. Here's what I mean. If we want to really go on the offense, what we'll realize is that the best attraction strategy is ultimately a good retention strategy. The best way to attract top talent truly is to ensure that we've got a great culture today so that other people can tell their families, their friends, and their networks about how wonderful it is to work at our place to work. Here's an example. If I were to just watch, maybe I'll put in the, maybe I'll ask you in the chat, see if we can get some feedback. If you were to just watch maybe the most recent Dune movie, or perhaps the most recent James Bond movie, and you love it, or maybe not, what's the first thing that you do when you get home from a James Bond movie, or maybe the next morning, or when you're talking to your friends? What's the first thing you do after you see a movie or even a concert, even though maybe we haven't been to one for quite some time, that you absolutely loved? Any thoughts in the chat? What's the first thing you do when you see a great concert, or you see a great movie, or you've had a great experience? Any thoughts in the chat? Yeah, tell my friends, right? Mention it in conversation. This is what I think the biggest thing that's missing in our workplaces are, in fact, when we're looking to attract top talent. If we have a remarkable culture, now let's use Instagram. Okay, look, here's the thing. Look at the things that are happening in the chat right now. Imagine this for a second. Someone was working a kilometer off of one of the most common trails at one of the coffee shops, or, you know, hosting different tours, and they were showcased for the work that they did. In fact, Amy talked about it. They had someone who did their graphics for them, or they had these different installations by a high school student every month. Now we start to showcase that work because of how incredible it is. Now, if it's my work that's being showcased, guess where it's going? And we already saw it. It's going on Instagram. It's going on Facebook. It's going so many places because my employer, my place of work, respects and values the work that I do. We like to think that the best job descriptions are going to be used to attract talent. The truth is, the best culture will be used to attract talent. When we showcase our work, when we recognize our people. Did you know that over 1/3 of employees in Canada have not been recognized for the work that they've done in more than 6 months? Imagine how that feels when we're not acknowledged or appreciated for the work that we do. What do we have to share? What do we have to show? What do we have to tell? Either nothing or nothing positive. Sometimes when we're looking to attract top talent, the best defense, meaning the best way we can protect and ultimately build our organization, is to go on the offense, on the recognition offense, on the appreciation offense, on the acknowledgement offense, right? Totally agree with your comments. Recognizing and acknowledging those who are making the contributions. Now, look, does this mean we have to keep handing out gift cards and like half days off and all this like financial compensation? It could. Does it need to? Absolutely not. See, what I've learned and what the research shows is that the root of happiness is ultimately a sense of contribution, is ultimately that sense of feeling like we matter. Now, where's the problem? What's preventing us from feeling like we matter? Well, this is one of the things. And the second ultimately is what it's doing. And it's preventing us from focusing on or giving our attention to one thing at a time. Research now shows that we're checking our phones between 80 and 90 times a day. We're spending roughly 4.5 hours a day in front of our cell phones, and we're distracted more than we've ever been in the past. We like to think that this next generation is all about me, me, me. The truth is, mental health issues in the workplace, depression, anxiety in the workplace have never been higher. What I'm starting to realize is that the reason for this is that we're not actually taking the time to connect in ways that we could have connected in the past. Taking that time to ask, how are you today? What are you going through? How can we help? What are you most excited about? How can we help get you there? What are you working on outside of work that maybe we could showcase here? This next generation isn't, I mean, some sure. This next generation is about climbing the ranks and the ladder as fast as possible. This generation craves more than anything else to feel like they matter, to feel like they're respected, and to feel like they're acknowledged. And if they are, as we've acknowledged in the chat, my goodness, they're pretty welcome and open to sharing the fact that they're acknowledged and appreciated. Nobody likes to pat themselves on the back, but if a company does it for us, if you do it for us, and we can share that, this is how I'm perceived at work. My goodness, you talk to a millennial, you talk to a Gen Z, you talk to anyone of any generation that feels appreciated, they're going to scream it from the mountaintops through all of their networks. Here's the thing, the best recruiters that we've never taken advantage of already work for us. We spend a lot of our week with them, actually. And this is our biggest opportunity to attract and keep talent. So let me ask you, in the chat, have there been any sort of stories or successes, or have there been any sort of recognition programs, or has there been anything that you've done to showcase the people that are working there that has helped with referrals, or helped with applications, or has helped sort of gain the attention of the community to create or help them better understand that you've actually got an incredible place to work? Better question is, has anyone actually really gone on offense to build that recognition, awards, the accolades? I'd love to see in the chat if any of you folks have done anything like that. And perhaps as you're frantically typing, I'll come back to that in a second. The truth is, on a more macro level, what's happening right now is that 52% of people across Canada are interested in or looking for a new job. And what that means is that the notion of work, primarily due to the pandemic, I'm going to come back to the comment, Sean. What the idea or the notion of work, primarily due to the pandemic, has changed a lot of what work has meant for us. I want to go into what this talent war actually looks like and why it's never been greater than it is today. The truth is, we're at a really interesting inflection point. The pandemic isn't the main reason why we're seeing a new way or a new world of work, though it is a catalyst to it. In fact, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella said that we have sped up the acceleration of work by about 10 years in the last 18 months. Now here's the interesting thing about the future of work. The future of work, we can agree, is already here. It's just not evenly distributed. I want you to think about that for one more second. The future of work is already here. It's just not evenly distributed. Folks in construction and trades might not see that acceleration of tools and technology that someone maybe working in the 33rd floor of the BMO Tower in downtown Toronto might have seen. We talk about remote work and flex work, and we talk about hybrid work just on a more general level. And McKinsey is now saying that actually you don't have to push back to the office, or you don't have to have remote work. What you have to do is to really tell a better story, just like Doug was saying in his earlier presentation, about what the experience is like, so we can attract people that want a similar experience. The truth is, across Canada right now, we've seen a structural change in the employee supply. Birth rates have gone through the floor. Immigration over the past 16 months has slowed. Entrepreneurship and this idea of the gig economy, primarily due to the ability to work from more places at more times of the day than ever before, has gone up completely. You look at Fiverr, look at freelancing websites, look at the remote and the gig economy, all certainly things that are booming. The workforce is retiring, certainly right now at rates that we haven't seen in years. And while all of these things are supposed to be a threat, what I want to share later is how they can actually be an opportunity. I'm going to come back to that in a second, though, because I did say I want to make this a bit of a workshop and a conversation. Sean, you hosted Employee Appreciation Lunch that was well received. I mean, look, how awesome is that? One of the things that we've missed in this sort of new economy now is the opportunity to bring our teams together, to help them solve the problems that perhaps we're dealing with, or maybe not problems, maybe rephrased as opportunities. One of the things that I've seen that's worked really well if we want to have more team building opportunities or team building activities is like maybe we've done like the virtual wine tasting, or maybe we've done trivia nights, or maybe we've gone out for various activities. And look, all of these things are going to really work. But here's what I would suggest. If we want to bring our team together and really get this conversation going and really get better perspectives to understand each other more effectively, what I would recommend is we host this, like what I would call like a hackathon, or an innovation session. Maybe we're trying to say, how do we attract more people from different counties or different regions? Or how do we improve our onboarding process? Or how do we better attract new talent? And we use our existing employees to solve these problems. See, Eleanor Roosevelt said, small minds discuss people, average minds discuss events, and great minds discuss ideas. The sooner we can discuss ideas, break that ice, and start to create together, not only will we come up with incredible ideas, but we'll also be able to understand more perspectives, more opinions, more backgrounds, so that we can build a deeper sense of trust, psychological safety, camaraderie, and ultimately belonging. So Sean, thank you so much for that. Amy, sometimes I think I acknowledge my clients for the work and the contribution when they're working on a team project, and the sense that they are not used to being recognized by the actual employer. Isn't that fascinating? And maybe a little bit sad. So a tip of the hat to you, Amy, for the work that you're doing, and just to take that time to, we've heard it many times in the workforce right now, to rehumanize that workplace experience and make sure that people know that they matter. Interestingly enough, I saw a study from the NBA, and it was actually from like the Steve Nash era. And as Canadians, we've got a big heart for Steve Nash. But they actually ran a study around touches, around like shoulder touches and like butt taps and things like that, to show that the team was there for and recognizing each other. And what they found is that the correlation of wins and successes and the number of taps or little acknowledgements on the team were actually directly related. So the team with the most touches, most reinforcement, most recognition from each other. Now, to be clear, not just from the coach or the general manager or the offensive coordinator, but from each other too. When they created that culture of recognition, support, and acknowledgement, more buckets started to be drained and more games started to be won. So that's an interesting note. Let's see, let's go to Kelly. What's the best example you've seen on how to showcase a business culture? Okay, yeah, we're gonna get to that, Kelly. I've got a whole section just dedicated strictly to that. The town of Whitby has internal awards based on corporate values. Yeah, so on that note, Daniel, I'm going to come back to you right now in saying that one of the things that's often missed, and by no means am I suggesting the town of Whitby is doing this, but one of the things that's missed when we start to say things like values is we might value integrity, we might value honor, we might value open communication, we might value respect. Let's just use these or innovation. That might be a hot one these days. The problem, though, is that when we value respect, oftentimes the values that we say we have as an organization aren't actually, they're not actually stated in practical actions. So if we have values, the question I would have for you then is like, what are the behaviors or what are the actions that exemplify or showcase these values? I'm just going to get rid of this slide for a second and pop over here again so you can see it full screen. Yeah, so what are the actions that exemplify the values? So if the town of Whitby has a series of values, all of which are unanimously agreed on and supported by the team, what do we do, or what can we showcase on a daily, weekly, monthly basis that exemplify that those values are coming true? When we can do that, that's what we can double down on, because what the research is showing now is that what gets recognized gets repeated. And if we can align those actions with the values of the town or the organization that we're working with, then certainly we'll be able to reinforce those activities. And let's take it one step further. If we're able to reinforce those activities and maybe even capture them, and I don't mean with a big fancy media company, I mean with like user generated or employee generated content, and we share that on our page, where we're reinforcing our values and showing these examples. Imagine how that can spread like wildfire when other people are looking for a similar experience that has just been exemplified, that's already there. So here we go. Thank you for that, Daniel. I had a manager that used to surprise me with handwritten notes. Oh my goodness, no budget required. I'm not going to checking the clock here. I'm going to share a very, very, very quick story. 1993, a custodial staff at the Holy Cross Hospital in Chicago was looking to see if she should take the job or not. Now, her mother had worked there for 30 years. Her name was the staff name, or would-be staff's name, was Gloria. And her mother said, Gloria, you can take the job. You know, I recognize you're a single mother and you need to take care of your 3 kids at home, but know that when you take that job, you're not going to be recognized, you're not going to be appreciated, and you're not going to feel like you're a part of the team. Ultimately, you're going to be on an island, you'll get paid, you'll be able to take care of your family, but you're not going to be acknowledged for the work that you do. Gloria, feeling like her hands were a little bit tied without much of a decision, she said, okay, well, I'll take the job and I'll just deal with the fact that I probably won't get recognized, you know, on the custodial team for doing the work that I did. And sure enough, 6 months had passed. She hadn't felt like she was acknowledged or appreciated at all for the work that she was doing. And it was starting to really wear on her. Imagine just coming to work day after day, not being acknowledged or appreciated. What Gloria didn't know is that at the same time that she was being hired, a new COO was hired too, because the Holy Cross Hospital at the time, their patient satisfaction score was 3%. And it was his job to change that patient satisfaction score. So fast forward 6 months down the line, Gloria's walking down the hall and she sees someone come towards her. She noticed this gentleman from the lobby, sure enough, the new COO, because she had seen his picture in the lobby almost every day at work. The COO stopped her and he said, excuse me, ma'am, what's your name? She said, Gloria. He said, Gloria, thank you so much for the work that you do here at the Holy Cross Hospital. If you didn't do the work that you did, our doctors and nurses wouldn't be able to take care of their patients, and our patients wouldn't be able to leave here healthy and happy. Thank you so much for the incredible work that you're doing on days just like today. Sure enough, Gloria had a smile ear to ear. Quint Studer, the new COO, didn't really think anything of it. So he went back to his office, and on his desk, he had a stack of letters and envelopes. And he asked his assistant, he said, who is that from the custodial team? Gloria. What's Gloria's last name? And would you mind getting her address for me? Sure enough, Quint just took the next 30 seconds, wrote a thank you note, pretty much stating the exact same thing that he did in the hallway. He said, Gloria, underlined it. Thank you so much for the work that you do here at the hospital. If you didn't do the work that you did, our doctors and nurses wouldn't be able to do the work that they did, and our patients wouldn't be able to leave here healthy and happy. He licked the envelope, mailed it away, and sure enough, 3 days later, someone came storming into his office, tears streaming down her face. She said, I need to speak to Mr. Studer. Sure enough, Mr. Studer, Quentin, was in between calls, and he said, Gloria, come on in. What can I help you with? She said, Mr. Studer, my 6-year-old son went to get the mail last night, and he saw a letter addressed to me. I said, of course, he could open it. He read the letter and was so proud of his mom that he took that letter to show and tell the next morning and told all of his friends how proud of his mom he was. thank you letter doesn't take all that much time, but imagine how that will change how she felt, not just for days, but weeks to come. How included she was and how recognized she was for being a part of the team. I mean, the letter had her name on it. It came straight to her mailbox, and there was no mistaking who that was for. So here's the thing, and I think this is important to know as managers, as leaders, as organization executives, that Quint's whole job was to change the patient satisfaction score from 3 to anything better. Quint knew, though, that in order for him to boost the patient satisfaction score, or the customer score in our case, he had to improve the employee experience first. So what Gloria didn't know is that every single day, Quint made it his exact goal to meet with a minimum of 2 people and write a thank you card to everyone who he encountered to let them know how important they were in the success of the hospital. 18 months later, the patient satisfaction score went from 3 to 73%. And the Holy Cross Hospital from Chicago actually won the Comeback of the Year award from the American Hospital Association and has been on a steady incline ever since. The best strategy to attract talent is to retain and appreciate and acknowledge and recognize the talent that we've already got. So, you know, I went on a bit of a tangent to share the power of the thank you note. I want to thank you for sharing that, because no budget's required. You've kept everyone, Tamara, I'm looking back at you on this one, and it really does matter, right? People will always remember how they made you feel. So Elsie, we've been offering business retreats to help individuals reconnect to themselves and nature. It's been a great opportunity to co-work, to understand and acknowledge each other's contribute. Thank you so much. I mean, I hope everyone's getting a chance to read this chat, because we're seeing firsthand that return on investment in employees in our teams, and how that can ultimately build not just a stronger organization, but a better place to work too. Let's go back to this talent war. We're seeing fertility rates in Canada are dropping. It is contributing very much to this new world of work. We're seeing that there's a new way of viewing work too. The last 16 or 18 months have taught us that life is short, life is precious. We want to put our family and the livelihood of our families first. We're now moving not necessarily for jobs, but for a lifestyle, and for the Durham, York, Headwaters regions, for the counties. I see this as such a huge opportunity. I mean, across Canada, barring Vancouver and Halifax, generally we saw a move away from big centers into the less populated areas, because people are looking for a lifestyle. They're looking for trails, they're looking for ales, they're looking for a 5,000 bike museum that I can't wait to come and visit personally. Amy, thanks for bringing that to my attention. They're looking for just like that location, that freedom, that connection to nature. They're looking for how work is done and who we can work with. They're looking for that family and well-being component that all can very much be an opportunity. Kelly, I'm going to come right back to you and saying, how can we actually use this and leverage this? But we're seeing turnover like never before. And what we're finding is that when we're getting into the more rural areas of the country, that this turnover isn't as big of an issue, but attracting the talent is. Because what's happening, especially, let's call it for the knowledge worker economy, let's call it for that white collar economy, what we're finding is that people have realized that their priorities are not in the corporation in the way that they used to be in the past. They're in well-being, they're in lifestyle, they're in leadership, they're in connection with family. They're checking now, how many nights a week can I be at home for dinner with my family? How many weekends am I going to be at home versus, you know, on the road? How can I build a deeper sense of trust and engagement where I can have the attention of my team? And ultimately, what does culture even look and feel like anymore? I want to share a point that I've learned that I think might be really helpful for you too. See, what we've seen in the last 18 months is that culture ultimately has been decentralized, okay? And by that, I mean, like, we know that in Canada, of course, let's just use Canada as an example. We're all Canadian, okay? In fact, I asked a group of Americans, I said, if you were to give me like Canadian values or Canadian words that come to mind, what would you think? And some folks said like maple syrup, they said moose, they said sorry, they said freedom, they said community, they said politeness, they say all the things that Canadians are known for, because we're united underneath that maple leaf and what it stands for. Now here's the thing. We know in Canada that British Columbia handled the pandemic different than Alberta, different than Saskatchewan, different than Manitoba, different than Ontario, Quebec, the Atlantic provinces, so on and so forth. But we're all still Canadian. We just have different values and different beliefs, maybe different ways of doing things from province to province. Now let's take it into region. Now, let's just say like the Chatham-Kent region is going to be different than the Central Counties, is going to be different than Norfolk, is going to be different than Carleton regions, yet we're all still a part of Ontario, right? And even in cities, if we take the Greater Toronto area, you're going to have different cultures in Little Portugal versus like downtown area versus Little Italy versus Liberty Village. All of these are going to be true, yet we're all still part of the same region, same part of the same province, and same part of the same country, right? Something to note for culture too is that yes, we're going to have our company culture, but we might have different offices with a different culture or a different experience. We might have different departments and different groups of people that do wildly different tasks, from like accounting to business development to maybe somebody who's out in the field or giving a tour or helping our customers firsthand. They're all going to live totally different lives despite working even maybe in the same office for the same company. Finally, then there's like the culture of the team, and the research that I've done actually supports that 94% of what we perceive culture is actually where that's coming from is from our immediate leader, not just the organization. We've all heard it before. People don't quit jobs, they quit managers or leaders. Look, here's the thing, in Canada, we've all heard it before. We've got this incredible ecosystem of diverse individuals, yet all united underneath the same flag. There might not be an I in team, but it's the individual perspectives, opinions, cultures, experiences that allow us to come together united under one flag or one logo that allow us to be as great as we are. I get this question all the time. How do we preserve culture, especially in the pandemic? The truth is, you don't. Culture is always evolving. It's always growing. It's always shifting, and it's based on what we've learned today, yesterday, and the day before. Every new hire, every person that leaves, every customer feedback, every piece of feedback that we get, every lesson that we learned, every new product or service that we offer shifts our culture, and we grow accordingly. Now, the funny thing about that is that we've often heard that there's like a best culture or a best place to work. And even within central counties, there will be best places to work, best managed companies, most diverse companies, best places for a female or women workforce, most inclusive. And look, if you're on these lists, it's an incredible, incredible acknowledgement for the great work that you've done. The thing that we need to get past, though, is that there is no actually universal best culture. What do I mean? Well, I was looking at the best places to work in America list, and the best place to work in America is Cisco. Working on stabilizing our internet for generations to come. Now, the second best place to work is actually Hilton. Sorry, third best place to work is the Hilton hotel chain. And to both of these organizations, I mean, congratulations for being literally one of the best in the country. Here's a question for you. Would somebody that works at Cisco want to work at Hilton? Would somebody working on like servers, you know, connecting the cables and making sure the connection is smooth, want to be making our beds or checking us in at a Hilton? Probably not, right? Would somebody that's working at a Hilton want to be working at a Cisco? Probably not. Both of these places can be wonderful, great places to work. The problem is, though, is that we're not actually doing a good enough job saying why and what it means to be a great place to work. We can tell a better story of what that experience looks like, of the life that we get to live and the job that we get to do. That's when incredible things are going to start to happen. Going back to Kelly's question is, how do we do it? How do we tell a better story? How do we attract and showcase the people that are already doing such incredible work for us? Well, a study that just came out a couple of months ago said that, well, according to hiring managers versus candidates, managers say that the job description is clear. Candidates say, what did I just read? You know, I was talking to Indeed or, you know, the job posting website, you know, similar to a Glassdoor or something like that. And I was talking to them and I said, hello, account executive at Indeed. Approximately how many words, if you were to aggregate the 1,000 most recent job descriptions, how many words would be on that job description? And she said to me, she said, well, I'd probably say between 250 and 300. I'm like, picking my jaw off the floor, thinking to myself, and of course I didn't say this on the phone, I'm more respectful than this, but I was thinking to myself, how does anyone know what they're signing up for in 250 to 300 words when most of these words describe the mission of the organization or talk about how we're looking for highly motivated, driven, communicative, and team players? We're not actually describing what it's like to live on the job. We're not showcasing our people. We don't understand what life we're able to afford as a result of the job that we're doing. So, Kelly, specifically you, and of course everyone else here today, here's what I would invite you to do. I would invite you to what I would call like plant your flag. Now, I will have like free worksheets that everyone is more than welcome to have. And by the way, in far more conversations and topics than just the one that we're discussing today. So I'll show like a QR code, maybe get your phone ready, and I'll invite you to take a picture of that QR code so you can have these worksheets for free. But I'm going to go through what I mean by planting your flag, and then I'll give you the worksheet, of course, no charge. In the world that we're living in today, there are 195 sovereign nations, all of which are represented by, you guessed it, a flag. They've literally planted that flag in the ground. And what that symbolizes is it symbolizes a set of values, of beliefs, of norms, just like we've done in Canada with all the words that my American friends told us that we believe in, being polite and free and collaborative. When we look at the flags around the world, certainly each of them are built with intention. It's a little brand in a sense, but it also marks a stake in the ground. It's like ownership of the people that live there. And in the research that I've done, if we can actually find a way to plant our own flag, to understand not just the mission, the vision, the values, but the experience, the life that we might get to live as a result of working at our organizations, well, I think we'll really be able to differentiate ourselves. Now you're thinking, oh, this is great in theory. I understand roughly what you're talking about, but what's an example? And here's an example, Zappos. Now, for those of you who don't know, Zappos is an online shoe retailer based out of Las Vegas. And unfortunately, we lost the leader, Tony Hsieh, last year. Now, perhaps this is a bit of a tribute to him, but what he's done and what he's absolutely known for is creating that Zappos culture that is so uniquely Zappos that it ultimately can't be copied anywhere else. Tony knew that to plant our flag as a company, as Zappos, is the most important thing that we can do to establish great culture and attract great people. I'm wondering what it looks like behind the scenes. I thought I'd show you today what it looks like behind the scenes at Zappos. Check it out.
We don't have audio there, Eric.
Sorry, we'll just 1 second. Sorry about that. Just 1 second here.
About work-life separation or work-life balance. And for us, our approach is really to focus on work-life integration. So at the end of the day, it's just life.
The Zappos culture is unlike anything else I've ever seen. We joke that it's happier than Disney.
It's like a family. It's like this big family, and we're happy to see each other. We come to work, we enjoy it, and we have fun here.
The culture is our main business strategy. It's the #1 priority of the company.
I think that we've always felt that competitors could copy our selection and they can copy our shipping, but one thing that could never be copied was our company culture.
So let's take it from Tony for a second. And top priority, right? Number one, culture is their number one thing. And I'm sorry for the audio. One of those situations where, despite doing this 1 or 2 times before, I did completely kick the power out of my mic. So thanks for your forgiveness there. Let's go to this culture for a second. Now, Tony, as mentioned, Rod, thanks for that. Top priority. Take it from Fred, no title Mossler. You cannot. Yes, yeah. I would also love to see, because I bet you we've got some on the symposium today that have done a great job at building their culture. But Rod, you said top priority, the number one thing. Fred, no title Mossler, said the exact same thing. And truthfully, Zappos has built this incredible culture. Now here's the thing that I really want to draw your attention to. Zappos has built this incredible culture that many of you are thinking on this phone call or on the symposium, thinking, my goodness, that is not at all for me. Now, here's the truth. I'm supposed to be this like avocado toast loving millennial that wants nothing more than play, but at the same time to climb to the CEO seat in like a month and a half, right? That's supposed to be the millennial stereotypes that I'm supposed to be following. Here's the truth. I wouldn't last 10 minutes in that Zappos environment. That Zappos environment is absolutely not for me. Between like the shake weights and the antlers and the jingle bells and the ferns and just that, there's no way I could even get 10 minutes of work done. Not a chance. But here's the thing. Many of us on the call, and I'm not going to call us out, many of us would actually love to work in an environment like that. Many of us look at it and think, absolutely not. And that's the point. What I love so much about Zappos, absolutely, and I mean this with all my heart, is that I know that I wouldn't last 10 minutes working there. So I'm not going to apply. But because they've planted their flag, and because they've showcased what it's actually like, and they've created this sort of like polarizing culture, this polarizing environment that's perfect for many people. In fact, so many people that there's still and always been a best place to work, with a lineup of people outside the block and around it. They even give paid tours in their office in Las Vegas to show people what it's like in this environment. But they've created this polarizing culture that now people are starting to realize, actually, that's not for me at all. So here's what I would recommend. I recommend that we treat our culture, not dissimilar to Zappos, like cilantro. Quick show in the chat. Yeah, I'm looking for like a yes or no. Do you love cilantro? Yes or no? I'm curious to see in the chat today. Yes, no. Yes and yes. Thank you for the exclamation marks. How about black licorice? Any black licorice fans out there? Yes or no? Nope. Love? Okay. No, Sean, I'm with you. Like exclamation marks. Penny absolutely loves it. Okay, we're having fun here. How about are there any like Italians maybe? Does pineapple belong on pizza? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. Yes. Did I see something like, where was it, in Ottawa or something? There's like gravy and pizza or something along those lines. Anyways, yeah, great gravy, Chuck, you know, love all pizza. Okay, now maybe the last one. I'm gonna ask you to pause on the chat for a second because I want to see this as its own line. Does anyone out there dip their French fries in their milkshakes or their, Frosties or their ice cream or something like that? Does anyone do that? Yes. Yes. No. Okay. This is amazing. This is amazing. Why is this amazing? Because going to try now, Monica, you are not, I don't know. I'll tell you what, from my perspective, it's not something I'd want to try again. Here's why I talk about all these ridiculous things, because if you notice the chat, there was no like, kinda, it's okay. It was like, yes, or ew, that is disgusting. That's what I want us to treat our culture like, right? This is how we're going to ultimately set ourselves apart from the pack. When we understand our cilantro component, when we understand what makes us uniquely us, that's when we'll be able to attract people that want a similar experience. Look, we heard it from Doug, we heard it from Amy, we even heard it from Chuck. The things that we love about Durham, York, Headwaters are the trails, is the lifestyle that we get to live. It's the community that we get to be a part of. I'm not going to say small town, I'll say community. The community that we get to be a part of. Look, I come from small town Cranbrook, British Columbia, which is a 4-hour drive from Calgary if you head southwest. It's in the southeast corner of British Columbia. 22,000 people. And here's the thing. What I love about Cranbrook My parents still live there. What I love about Cranbrook is that it's not Calgary and it's not Vancouver. It's uniquely Cranbrook. Best place to go for hiking, for fishing, for skiing, for snowmobiling. It's the best place to not be in Toronto, okay? And look, this doesn't mean it has to be everything to everyone. It doesn't. It has to be exactly what we want it to be for the people that are ultimately going to be working with us. That's going to be the key to attracting talent. Because here's the thing. When we try and be everything to everyone, we end up being nothing to anyone. We like to think and we like to ask, how do we attract millennials or how do we attract Gen Z to the workplace? Here's my answer. You don't. Because what problem is when we start to define or blanket label a generation that encompasses 7.5 million Canadians each on average, we end up missing the uniqueness and the individuals that would not just thrive in our places of work, but in our regions as well. So how do we do this? How do we plant our flag? We discover what I would call is the heart of our business. It's what our experience is. It's the habits that we go through every single day. It's these behaviors. Sean, I think it was your question about, bringing those values to life. The habits are the things that we do on a daily basis that bring our values out and into the public, into a practical experience. What are our artifacts, right? What are the things, the physical things? Is it a bicycle? Is it maybe a custom beer? Is it a hotel experience? Is it a creek or a fishing rod or something that makes us uniquely us, that we really unite together and are passionate about? What are the rituals? Like what happens when a new customer comes in? What happens when we hit a sales target? What happens when we miss a sales target? What happens when a new employee comes on? What happens when we let one go? And finally, what are the traditions? What happens on Canada Day? What happens on birthdays? What happens every third Friday in the summer? What happens on an annual basis that ultimately separates us from other places of work? Now, as I promised, if you want a heart worksheet, if you want a planning your flag worksheet, if you want to go through any of these exercises by yourself or with your team, feel free to check this out. You can either go to erictermuddy.com/CCT or you can take a picture of this barcode right here that will take you to my website. You can download all of these worksheets absolutely free of charge, no commitment, no signups, no nothing. I wanted to be able to give you something that you can work with right away. I'm going to bring that slide up one more time before I'm finished so anyone can take another picture of it or a screenshot or whatever it might be. And worst case, I'll just give the link to Kelly or to Chuck and they can distribute that after as well. The other thing that I've learned about work is that work isn't just what happens between 9 o'clock and 5 o'clock. And perhaps your hours are slightly different. And that's not really the point either. What I've realized is that if we want to actually attract talent, we have to talk about things that are bigger than just work. The question is like, what do you believe in? Where do your people spend your time? What is it that ultimately sets you apart? Now, many companies have done a really good job of this. I'll show you one of them specifically.
The sound working on this.
Oh, are we here? It sounds like someone just popped their mute off for just 1 second. But I want to show you an example of a company that talked about something a little bit bigger than work and instead went to a social stance that they believed in.
I can't hear anything.
So don't ask if your dreams are crazy. It's crazy enough.
Remember, Nike wasn't talking about their place of work anymore. They were talking about a social stance. Remember, they took their stand with Colin Kaepernick a couple of years ago when they were talking about taking a knee during the anthem. Now, look, I'm not here to get political or to take a stand at all, but what they found when they took this stand, when they shared what their people believed in ultimately too, is that they saw a $6 billion injection to their bottom line because of the stance that they took. I thought I'd show you one more. Check it out.
Treat each other because the boys watching today will be the men.
Remember, Gillette was talking about their new Best a Man Can Get commercial. Modern masculinity was their focus. They were talking about something outside of just the 9 to 5, and they were talking about what they ultimately believed in. Now, the question is, like, what should we include in our stories? Going back to Kelly's question. Well, what I would love to see is like, what is the impact that people get to make in their community? Where are they volunteering their time? What sort of life do they get to live? What does a day in the life of actually look like? And where are we volunteering?
when we start to share bigger and better stories about our people, not just as employees, but as people, that's when we're going to start to see that, you know, as we said earlier in the chat, people will get to share on Instagram, they'll get to share on Facebook about the life that they get to live through the work that they do as a result of ultimately working with you. Now, I thought I'd show you one more video, and I want you to think about what's actually happening in here. And if you have any comments on this commercial after, I'd love for you to share with them. Check it out.
In 2016, I was working at the Amazon warehouse when my brother passed away, and a couple of years later, my mother passed away. After taking care of them, I knew that I really wanted to become a nurse. Amazon helped me with training and tuition. Today, I'm a medical assistant, and I'm studying to become a registered nurse. Hindi ko kayo makakalimutan.
Does anyone want to share what they noticed about this commercial? Did anything stand out? I guess we know it was an Amazon commercial, but was there anything that that was a little bit odd or different about this commercial that stood out to you? Let me take a look at the chat here and give it a few seconds. Any thoughts? And I mentioned cilantro, and everyone goes, "Oh, absolutely loved it." Not selling the delivery service. Yeah, thanks, Daniel. You know, when I noticed this commercial, I noticed that they didn't actually talk about the job at all. What they talked about was how Amazon, yeah, it's personalized. Absolutely. Thanks, counselor. It was personalized. It talked about the individual and the life and the support the company gave the individual as a result of working there. Actually talking about the staff, moving on. I mean, there's so much here that's not about work from 9 to 5. In a world that has not been this competitive, that is so full of noise, of information, and of perceived opportunity, one thing we have to realize is that people aren't necessarily moving for jobs anymore. They're moving for lifestyles, and the jobs will follow them. And what I've found, especially coming from a small community myself, is that when we look at the central counties, when we look at Durham, when we look at York, when we look at Headwaters, we talk about the lifestyle that we get to live. Are we really showcasing what we love about living there and working there? Yeah, pursuing your dreams, support people more than work. I mean, if we want to talk about the future of work, the future of work is not about work. The future of work is about the lifestyle that we get to live. And so if we want to make this impact description, what happens as a result of the work that you get done? Where are the smiling customers? Where's the connection that you get to make? Where are the relationships that you get to build? What change happens on and off the job as a result of the work that you're doing? How are you further developing the community, the county, the province? What opportunities and experiences are you enabling people to have? Supporting a person's expanding the future of making a difference. Yeah, I mean, how are we telling these stories? Because I know every one of you on this call has these stories. Are you sharing them? We're probably in many cases stuck by saying, you know, we're looking for a highly motivated team player that's open to communicate and really values integrity. Problem is, we don't actually know what any of that means. If we were able to showcase the incredible work and the impact that people have and the relationships that they're able to build, that's when we're going to start to tell a better story. The other thing that we'll end up doing is we'll tell something bigger than just what happens from 9 to 5 at work. We'll talk about the lifestyle that they get to live too, and we'll be able to showcase these people. And again, what this actually looks like is simply talking to someone who is in a position that we're looking to hire again, and we want to better understand what do you love about working here so much? And what's the lifestyle that this job enables you to live? Because we're looking for someone actually just like you. We know the work that you do. We know the quality of that. The problem is we don't understand actually what makes you so happy about working here outside of the job. You know, maybe you've got a couple of dogs and you love to take them for hikes or walks or runs. Maybe fishing is your absolute favorite thing to do. Maybe it's ice fishing or otherwise. What is it about the central counties and the life that you're living right now that is not being told? That's what I really want to understand. The other thing that we'll ultimately end up doing is we'll share our stories by showcasing our employees, advertising where we like to be, being active on social media, and increasing this video presence. Oracle, for example, started to showcase their people and their titles. So whether it's Montez, it's Catalina, it's Bonnie, or it's Arnie, they're now showcasing these individuals and the lifestyle that they get to live as a result of working at Oracle. Then if you want to know more about the position and the skills and the requirements needed to do the job, they'll share that information, but only if we've identified or aligned with the work that you're doing. Amy, who was presenting just before Chuck, I actually took this screenshot from this this little piece of work that a high school student did on a monthly installation. Now, how incredible is that? Are we showcasing that story, and are we recognizing our people for the work that they're doing? I'm just going to go back to Rod in the chat here. It's the same way as don't tell the story of the company. Resumes are a poor way to represent candidates, no doubt. How else can potential employees make themselves known to the employers? Well, I would first say that you talk to an existing employee, better understand what a day in the life of looks like and what life you're able to live as a result of working at the company. But then two, really then talking about how the lifestyle that you want to live is supported by and already exists in the organization that you want to work with. Let's see, Sandra, I'm not going to click new market business struggles to find workers. Yeah. Well, Sandra, I would check out that article, though I don't have time to quite get into it today. But when we're able to tell these stories and align with the people that are already living a similar life, we're going to see some great success. Actually, a company in Vancouver here was really struggling to hire female engineers. So Clio is an online tech-based law firm service provider. So they essentially do a bunch of digital projects for law firms across the world. And they found that on their engineering team, only 10 of the 100 people in their engineering firm were women. And they were thinking, well, how in the world do we attract women to be a part of our workplace? We wanted to get it to at least 25% 12 months later. And so what they ended up doing is they talked to the people, they talked to the women that already existed on their team. And what they did is they asked them, they said, where do you like to spend your time? What do you do outside of work? And they took those advertising dollars and they repositioned them into places that their people that they were already looking for like to be. And they found that when more women were applying at the top of the funnel, more women were being hired at the bottom of the funnel. Of course, equal qualifications, equal education, equal understanding, equal professionalism. They found that when we can go to where our people are, more people will look to apply as well. So all that said, what I would say is as we start to close off here, I want to make sure that we do have time for any questions that just sort of wrap us up here. But if we want any of these worksheets, I encourage you to check out these worksheets, scan that QR code, or just to go erictremonti.com/CCT. Maybe Kelly, I'll actually ask you to put that in the chat for us as we start to wrap up here. In summary, what I guess I would say before we go into any questions that we might have is to attract and keep top teams. Number one, really look to plant your flag. Talk about not just the mission, the vision, the values, but talk about what life is like as a result of working on your team. How often are you interacting with each other? How often are you in meetings? How often are you client or customer facing? How often are you on the phone? These things really start to matter as differentiators. For so long, we've been saying, well, how do we get the largest stack of resumes as possible? I'm here to tell you that you actually don't want the largest stack of resumes as possible. If you're doing that, you're probably telling your stories incorrectly because you're trying to be everything to everyone. We're not trying to attract millennials. We're not trying to attract Gen Z. We're trying to attract individuals that will thrive in the environment that we've already created with people that we ultimately love to work with. On that note, find that cilantro component. What is it that people love about working there? What are the things that you must have at work every day? And what are the things that work can't have, you must stay away from? You know, I was talking to a restaurant group a couple of weeks ago, and they were kind of struggling with the same sort of conversation. How do we attract people into our restaurant? You know, we've got a family-oriented restaurant. We really value strong communication. We're absolutely a team. You know, like I said, that's more treated like a family. I said, okay, that's interesting. You know, you're telling me all of these things that, you know, truthfully, I could hear at an engineering firm, I could hear at a hotel, I could hear at a tech company, family, communication, all of these sort of like really positive warm words. I said, well, what is it about the other restaurant across the street that is not this restaurant here? And he said to me, oh, easy. They're like the high heel pencil skirt restaurant where the guys have skinny ties and you go there to be seen and to show off and to be flashy and to spend money and to be loud. That's not what we are. I said, oh, interesting. You've actually told me more about your restaurant by telling me what you're not. Because now if I'm not looking for that experience, where else would I go? And maybe I've already landed here. These are the cilantro components that we're talking about. Now, when we tell a better story, we're talking not just about the skills, the requirements, the education, which are and always will be important, sure. We're talking about those differentiating components, right? The things that ultimately allow people to love their work here, the heart, the habits, the artifacts, the rituals, the traditions, the thing that ultimately sets us apart from the pack. Finally, when we're on offense, it's not really just about putting that best job description out there. We're realizing that the work to attract top talent actually happens right now by retaining, maintaining, and acknowledging the talent that we've already got. It's almost kind of like, you know, having you know, something, you know, you're not feeling all that well. Well, we've all heard it before, you know, like a doctor a day keeps the doctor, or sorry, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. And I think a lot of these preventative measures when it comes to attracting and building great talent and building a great organization starts by having that metaphorical apple a day and making sure that we're nurturing and taking care of the people that are already working there. And if we're looking to understand or to go attract more people in the middle of what would be considered a great resignation right now, go to where your people are. Maybe the pubs, maybe like the derbies, maybe outside of the trail communities, the trail running communities. I know, you know, here in Vancouver, the trail running community is massive. I know a lot of people that have done more hiring on a Sunday morning on a 15-kilometer trail run than they would at a career or a job fair. So go to where your people are and equip your people with the story that they can tell, the acknowledgement and the appreciation of the work that they do, so that they can become your greatest recruiters. Look, the truth is, the future, as difficult as it might be to predict or to expect or to anticipate, is going to be new. It's going to be full of change, and it's going to be accelerating at a rate that we've never seen before. The truth is, if we want to be able to attract talent, we have to, A, be able to nurture the talent that we've already got, and to be crystal clear on the story that we're telling and the flag that we want to plant in order to really set ourselves out from the pack. If we can do that, regardless of the community, regardless of the part of the country that we live in, we're going to realize that when we try and be everything to everyone, we end up being nothing to anyone. But when we can double down on the things that make us uniquely us and appreciate the people that we've already got, my goodness, not only am I excited for the future of work, but I'm excited for the quality of life that you'll be able to build with people that you care about too. So Chuck, Kelly, Rod, thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to be here with you today. I hope you download those worksheets. And if anyone has any questions or any comments or wants to reach out to me directly, I'm here for anything that you need. But from the bottom of my heart, thank you for the work that you do. And thank you for your time today. I really do appreciate it.
Eric, thank you so much. This was phenomenal. I really enjoyed it. And just for anyone who gets to Ottawa, gravy on pizza saved my life.
That's true. So I didn't make that up. Okay.
Oh no, it's a thing.
Okay.
It's definitely a late night thing, but it is
Okay.
definitely a thing. You know, I really liked where you were going with this, and I had an argument with the escalation department of a cellular phone company after I left them, and there was their third call back about, oh, come back, and I had a very similar conversation with them to what you're talking about. I said, wouldn't it be great if your job, instead of trying to get me back, was calling me every time there was a promotion and saying, thank you for being a great customer, and here's the newest promotion. I said, doesn't it cost you a heck of a lot more to get a new client than it does to retain me as a client? And you've lost me forever. I'm not coming back regardless of what the offer is. And I really agree that the business culture has that same ability. Like if someone leaves your business, they're not coming back. And worse yet, they might leave the industry, which hurts all of the businesses and your neighbors and all that sort of stuff. So having this winning culture, I think, is extremely important. And I really appreciate the way that you just sort of honed in on it and made it a really educational, and you didn't sugarcoat it. You just went right in for it. So thank you.
Awesome. I appreciate that, Chuck. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Okay. Whew. All right. We are now on to our next awesome presentation. This is Mylène Deneau. She is a partner at 2031. It's a tourism research and innovation-based management consultancy working to help build sustainable and competitive products. She is speaking today about how communities can sustain their economy by building shoulder season tourism to attract investment, keep a skilled workforce employed with longer seasonal employment opportunities, and increasing the revenues of local business owners. This is going to be awesome. So Mylène will be using the Q&A function which Rod will be monitoring while they're doing the presentation. So please feel free to type any questions you have into the Q&A, which is at the bottom next to your participant list, assuming you have the same view that I have. So without any further ado, take it away, my friend.
Thank you very much, Chuck. And Eric, if you're still on, that was an excellent presentation. And thank you very much. Great takeaways for the participants today. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mylène Deneau. I am with 2031 Consulting Firm. We are based out of Vancouver, but I'm speaking to you from Ottawa, Gatineau area this afternoon. And Chuck, I've never tried those gravy pizzas, so I'll have to try to check that out if I'm going to Ottawa soon. So today we are here to talk about winter shoulder season tourism, always a challenge, especially in Canada, especially in rural areas as well. I will share my screen here. You'll have the content, and Kelly also has the presentation. And Kelly, please feel free to send the presentation after I have presented this afternoon to all the participants. And once again, Chuck and Kelly, thanks for having us talk about winter shoulder season tourism this afternoon. So I will just, perfect. And as Chuck mentioned, you can use the chat and ask questions as we go, and I'll be able to answer them. If there are too many questions, we'll keep them for the end, and then I can get back to you also after the presentation. So this afternoon, tips to building winter and shoulder season tourism, and we will get right into it. I've got a few questions for you. So throughout the presentation, I would like to invite you to think about these two questions. What are the top 3 challenges that impact the development of the shoulder and winter season in central counties? So when you think about developing or extending your summer season, what are the challenges? And I will share with you a few challenges that we've identified throughout the different workshops we've organized in the past year with TIAC, the Tourism Industry Association of Canada. We had these regional winter shoulder season workshops, and we were able to come up with main challenges throughout Canada. So I'll share these with you as well. And then second question for you, what are the top 5 strategies, initiatives, or activities? So if we're looking at opportunities to develop winter and shoulder season tourism in central counties, what would that be? How can we drive development and marketing of the winter and shoulder season? So just to give you an overview of what are the global challenges with seasonality in tourism. So we talk about the summer season, the peak season. We have a lot of visitors at the same time. How can we extend that and make sure that we have visitors throughout the year, both from a destination standpoint, but also from an operator standpoint? So the seasonality challenges for destinations and also for operators, we've got the financial aspect. When we look at reduced total revenue for a destination, so we know, once again, people come, and I've got stats for you shortly. People come and visit Canada mainly in July and August, or throughout Canada. Access to capital due to short tourism seasons. So sometimes that becomes a challenge. We go knocking on banks' doors and we can't get the money to extend that summer season. And then also lower return on capital investment. So if we have to build, for example, a winter ice rink and we don't have the facilities, we have a terrible winter season, we can't maintain it. It's a lot of money for a short period of time. How can we guarantee snow? That's also a tough question. From an operational standpoint, labor attraction, and that's right in line with Eric's presentation. So how can we attract students? How can we maintain and retain employees in our businesses? And also from another operational issue would be the underutilization of resources and facilities in our destination. Visitors and communities, social carrying capacity, and then one that a lot of businesses are more aware now, and a lot of our visitors are as well, overcrowding at ecologically sensitive areas in a specific time. And I've got a perfect example here. So as I mentioned, I'm in the Ottawa Gatineau area, and when we look at Gatineau park. If we look at the fall colors, end of September to end of October, the park is overcrowded. We have to look at other initiatives such as transportation from downtown Ottawa to bring people to Gatineau Park and make sure that we're not overcrowding the area. Are there any questions so far, Rod? Just making sure I'm not missing out on, pardon me?
Nothing yet, you're good to go.
Okay, perfect. I will continue then. Other seasonality challenges. So as I mentioned previously, weather. How can we guarantee snow if we're a ski resort? How can we guarantee great skating conditions if we have an ice rink? Then what about calendar effects and timing decisions? Kids are back in school during the winter time. How can we ask families to take a few days off either from school or from work and make it a getaway or weekend getaway in the central counties? How can we have people stay for more than 2 nights for a weekend, an extended weekend? Then we're looking at interest by tourism stakeholders. We've heard throughout the workshops we organized in the last year, we heard from operators that they were tired. So after a very busy summer season, sometimes these tourism stakeholders just want to take a break. And then we've got investors as well, could be part of that, partners as well. We'll be looking also at the DMO's role. Are they promoting images that are related to seasonal tourism or to winter tourism? Or are we only focusing on main attractions that are only open during the summer season? And then the last challenge we've identified was awareness of the destination. So maybe in line with what I just said, the brand and availability of experiences. We will see that people who are not traveling during the fall, the winter, and the spring are not traveling because they are not aware of what the destination has to offer, but also they're not traveling because they don't know if they'll come back and they'll arrive to closed doors. Are the businesses open? Are they in operation? Are they closed for the month of November? Are they closed for the month of January? So just not knowing what is available in terms of tourism. Canada's challenges with seasonality and in tourism. Accommodation in major cities obviously hits, and we know you are close to the Toronto area. So that hits peak during summer months. Only 1% of visitor activities are winter-based. This number is quite low, but at the same time, isn't it a great opportunity for the tourism destinations to focus and to develop on the on developing the seasonal shoulder season and as well the winter activities? So how can we increase that number? If we're able to increase that number up to 10%, well, we've got a lot more visitor and we can offer year-round activities. Both geographic and seasonal concentration can also have negative impacts on the actual experience of visitors to Canada. And if we look at the following stat, 85% of visitors go to, this is good news for you, Ontario, British Columbia, or Quebec. And 74% of visitors going to the 3 main cities in these provinces, Toronto, Vancouver, and Montreal. So how can Central Counties tourism attract more visitors that are here in the winter season, are in the Toronto area? How can we attract them to Central Counties? Talking about seasonality in Canada is nothing new. I used to be a staff at the Canadian Tourism Commission back in the early 2000s, and we were already talking about looking on how we can increase visitation throughout the winter months. If we look at this chart here, you will see that the main months are June, July, August. Look at January and February, very, very low number of overnight arrivals. And we're looking here at international arrivals. And then there's a small increase at the end of the year with Christmas, people visiting family and relatives in Canada. And also we've seen an increase, and I'm not quite familiar for Central Counties, but all the winter markets, the Christmas markets, the Christmas parades, shopping local, we've seen an increase in terms of visitation in the month of December now. Moving on. Please stop me if you have any questions. Definition of winter and shoulder season tourism. So what is the definition of shoulder season? We see shoulder season as being the months of March, April. So right after March break, we would say, so March, April, May, until the long weekend of May, and then September and October right after Labor Day and up to the beginning of November. And then November to February would be the winter season. The motivators for Americans, Brits, and Canadians would likely book a long-haul trip during shoulder seasons. They are motivated by fewer crowds. So people are actually looking for destinations that have fewer crowds. And they also have the perception that if they travel at that time of year, they will find lower prices. Very little evidence that the profile of travelers differ from high season travelers. So they are spending as much as summer season travelers, but at the same time, they are saving money probably on air transportation or on accommodation as well, car rentals as well. The barriers, the potential for poor weather, as I mentioned, and closed attractions was another big one, as well as school in session, so people not wanting to take the kids out of school to go travel. Activities of most interest, so what people are looking for when traveling in winter and shoulder season, people want to do sightseeing. People wanted, we've seen an increase in culinary tourism as well. Visiting national parks and wildlife viewing remain relatively consistent for the main activities for these type of visitors. As we can see here with this chart, Canada is mainly known as a high season summer destination. So we surveyed Canadians, Americans, and Brits on where they would like to travel to for their next primary international vacation. And Canada is seen as much more of a high season destination if we compare to the US, Spain, and Mexico. So we've got a booming 50% of travelers wanting to visit Canada in the summer season, and then 40% in the shoulder season, with a very low 10% in the low season. I will give you, and I will share with you 3 case studies that we've looked at on how they've switched the idea of traveling just in the summer months and making it a winter destination. I'll be talking about Iceland, Lapland in Finland, as well as Fogo Island here in Canada in Newfoundland. When we're looking at reasons to travel to and within Canada during shoulder season, main reason, lack of crowds, the most common reason overall for shoulder season travel. And then if we look at the specific markets and why they want to travel to Canada during that shoulder season, as we can see, 47% Canadians are more motivated by cheaper accommodation. So obviously, how can we lower the rate of our accommodation offer, sorry about that, and then package it with the different activities that are still open during the shoulder season and the winter months. Then if we look at the Brits, they want to look, they're interested in flying for less. So cheaper flights are the most significant driver for Britons. And then if we look at the Americans, Americans have a wider range of reasons prompting shoulder season travel, but what we found very interesting is that they like to come to Canada because we have friendlier off-season welcome and are more often mentioned by Americans. So people find that we have very friendly staff, and that during these months when it's less busy, they have more time to spend with the staff and to talk about. So as we know, visitors want to learn more about locals, what locals like doing, what are the activities, where do they go for breakfast on a Sunday morning? So different activities that are more for locals, and that's what visitors are looking for. No questions? I'm assuming everything's good. Once again, you will have a copy of my presentation.
Yep, no
Barriers to
questions yet.
travel. Oh, okay, no questions. I was excited there.
You're all good.
Okay, thanks. Barriers to travel to within Canada among those likely to travel during the shoulder season. Possibility of closed attractions or trails, most likely to put potential shoulder season visitors off a trip to Canada. So when we looked at the different challenges here, or the different barriers, once again, for Canadians, weather not as good. So they want to travel when it's nice and warm, and they want to escape Canada during the winter months and then go down south. Everyone wants to buy that package. But with COVID, it is an opportunity, and we've seen an increase in all the outdoor activities and all the winter activities as well. So that is a good thing for the Canadian tourism industry. And how can we build on that? Then if we look at the UK market, once again, weather not being as good and attractions are limited and not open. And same thing for the US market, weather not as good and natural attractions and trails are closed. And we've also seen in all, mostly for Canadians and Americans, limited or no festivals and events. So people want to have activities. And we're also looking at nighttime activities. So yes, they can go snowshoeing during the day, but then they want to do something at night. So what do we have to offer during these shoulder winter months? I see there's a question in the chat.
Yeah, I'm trying to make out. It's, will the tourism recovery going to take time when the pandemic is over? So I'm asking Melanie. Maybe she can clarify that.
Yes, Melanie. We are looking at a 5-year period for recovery, for full recovery. If that answers your question, those are the numbers we're working with at 2031. So slowly but surely we're getting there. What can I say? Gladly, the Canadian market is really helping Canadian destinations. So intra-provincial and inter-provincial travel is very good for the Canadian market. Yeah, so Chuck, yes, we are looking at least 5 years to get back to the 2019 numbers. So if there are no additional questions on that, I will move on. Just making sure I'm not missing anything here. Additional Canadian destinations most likely to visit in winter shoulder season. So we looked at destinations across Canada, and for the shoulder season, people wanted to visit, obviously, the Canadian mountain parks, sorry, out in Alberta. Then Victoria came out second, obviously, for the milder weather. Ottawa for Canada's capital. And then we were looking at other destinations. And then for the winter season, obviously Quebec came up #1, and that is mainly for the winter decor and for its Carnaval de Québec. I'm not sure if many of you have been to the Carnaval, but that's a major winter festival, and helps Quebec City as a winter destination. And then Vancouver, Whistler, ski resorts throughout Alberta as well, and in the Laurentians with Mont-Tremblant in Quebec. But we can see Charlottetown was scored there in the winter season. So what did Charlottetown do, or what did Tourism PEI do to promote the island as a winter destination? I see I have questions in the chat.
Yeah, I think it's related to the fact that so many of the the shoulder season and winter season, they seem to be places that are prone to nature experiences. And Chuck's asking, do you think the pandemic has made it so people are more predisposed to that outdoor off-season and winter activities? And how do we communicate and how do communities prepare for that?
Yes, they are. They're obviously more predisposed to outdoor activities. We've seen an increase. We've been talking with companies like Sail and like Mountain Equipment Co-op with all the equipment, the winter activities. So operators just having a hard time getting the the props for the different activities. So when we're looking at operators offering ski rentals, they're having a hard time. Snowshoe rentals, they're having a hard time just to buy the equipment. So we have to work on that. So yes, I do think it will be an increase. People are more interested. People are also found a way of appreciating winter as well, and winter activities throughout this pandemic, just spending more time outdoors. So we were promoting the idea that you won't get COVID if you spend more time outdoor. That had a positive impact on the winter activities in Canada. And I'm not sure if that completely answers your question, Chuck, but I would say yes. And how do you prepare? Is by getting the tourism operators ready and preparing, not preparing in November, but preparing early in the spring to make sure that they are ready for the next season. And we've seen that throughout the workshops as well. Yes, I see your comment, Daniel. It's not a problem. I see that as an opportunity because we did identify, if you recall, right from the beginning of the presentation, the 1% of visitation in winter season in Canada are mostly spent in Vancouver, Montreal, and Toronto. So now the opportunity is to get all those visitors visiting Toronto in central counties. So I see that more as an opportunity. These are more for second-tier destinations. Okay, I will move on. I'm enjoying these questions, so please keep them coming. Opportunities with seasonality in tourism and the case studies I want to present. So when we're looking at ideas to boost seasonal tourism, we've got many ideas, but how can we do that together as a tourism industry? So one would be to extend the season, reduce prices in months before and after peak season. What we're saying here is not to sell for less, but just to reduce the price and maybe add something in, add something to your package. And sometimes it's something that doesn't cost the operator more money, but just a little something where visitors think there's a value added to reserving during these months, so before and after the peak season. Number two would be to offer different attractions, events. So do you have winter festivals in the central counties area? Do you have more events? Do you have sports tournaments? How do you go out to a hockey tournament and get families to visit your attractions or to visit your outdoor facilities, and to get the families either buying local, going to the local restaurants? How do you work with these hockey tournaments? I'm mentioning hockey, it could be any other sports during the winter season as well. And the different competitions. Do you have a curling competition going on in your city? Do you have a gym competition, gymnastics competition? How do you get those families to visit and to discover your region during the winter and the shoulder season? Then revamping the destination. How can we change the image? Changes to the image, to the facilities, to the markets, to attract new audiences. So we've got our main market in the winter, in the summer season. How can we get new audiences that would be interested in our new winter offering? Then number four would be to rebrand the destination as being a unique, a prestigious destination, an opportunity to see something that may disappear or that could eventually change. Icebergs, we were talking to friends in Newfoundland, and a lot less icebergs. They are disappearing. So how can we make it as unique as possible and tell people you should come, because eventually you won't be able to see these icebergs anymore. Same thing for polar bears in Churchill. So how do we get people to come up to Churchill, Manitoba in the winter months and make it a winter destination? So making it unique. So what do you have unique in central counties that you could put forward in your marketing initiatives? Number five, adding a second main season. So adding a winter sports season to a summer destination or vice versa. Earlier, I mentioned Tremblant, so more Tremblant in Quebec, in the Laurentians area. they have put so much energy in promoting themselves at the beginning as a winter ski resort. Eventually, and nowadays, if you talk to people, Mont-Tremblant has become a summer destination. So they see a lot more visitation during the summer months because they've added activities. They've added the Ironman. So that attracts, they've added the half Ironman and the full Ironman in June and at the end of the summer. So they're able to attract more visitors before the peak season and right after the peak season. And that's one example. And we can look at many examples throughout Canada who have switched their main season from being a summer season to a winter, from being a summer destination to a winter destination. Adding non-conventional tourist attractions. So how can we work with the tourism industry in the area to develop unique experiences to a destination? So something that is unique, that is known, that Central Counties is known for. Sound tourism development matches consumer segment needs to destination products and experiences. So when we looked at, here are some ideas to boost winter and shoulder season tourism. Well, we've got additional ideas here. And if you look at it from the different columns that we have, pricing and packaging. So how can we look at discounting some prices during off-peak seasons? How can we package better? People want something that is custom, but something that's user-friendly, something that is easy, something that they can book easily online on Friday night, sitting on their couch and watching Netflix and saying, well, let's go to Central Counties in 2 weekends. They want to click away and just book everything and making it easy for our visitors. Special occasion packages for accommodations, restaurants, and activities. Similar here. Diversifying destination and product. How can we add multiple experience destination? How can we develop package product for communities of interest groups? So looking at different interest groups that would be interested in visiting our area. Meetings, incentives, and conferences. Post-COVID, we're looking at smaller groups, obviously, but how can we work with smaller groups and maybe having them spend more in our area? So we're looking at groups of 20 to 25. Sports tournaments. So as I mentioned earlier, how can we work with the different sports organization in our area when they're hosting different tournaments and competitions? Diversify into niche products. So looking for a niche product that would identify that the Central Counties could be identified to. Then introduction or enhancement of festivals and events. As I mentioned, what are the winter events? What are the shoulder season events? Do you have anything going on around Halloween? Do you have anything going on around Easter? How can you make something special that would attract more visitors to Central Counties? Market diversification. So we're looking at regional target markets. Once again, post-COVID, we want to work and attract more regional target markets to our area. We want to look at special interest travelers. We want to look also at specialized target segments. So we want to diversify our usual target markets. Then destination facilitation. This is where the DMO comes in play, looking at marketing campaigns that would showcase the different products that we have. So the tourism offering we have around shoulder season and around winter tourism. How can we change those images? How can we promote on social media? And then destination branding and positioning. Same thing, using our website and making sure that if I'm Googling Central Counties mid-December, well, I'm seeing something that's related to Christmas or related to winter, related to something coming up, a major winter festival coming up in January or in February. So I want to showcase those opportunities. And then the last column that we have here is structural and environmental. We're looking at infrastructure. What does my region have to offer in terms of programs and structures to facilitate visitation? What about the roads? What about do we have enough signage? That's a great example. Sometimes we're not able to attract visitors because they don't know where to find us. Conference centers, how can we work with these conference centers? Sports fields for the different competitions. Other public works projects. We've seen a lot in many villages and communities. People want central areas in communities, and people just want to stand by a fire, enjoy the music. And so what is the city doing to help us promote? And also post-COVID, once again, how can residents and visitors enjoy the city together? So working with the local community, engaging the local community is another opportunity for shoulder and winter season tourism. Just checking the chat here, no questions. Rod, let me know if you see anything.
No, it's all pretty quiet.
Thank you. So I've got 3 case studies that we want to share with you today. The first case study is Lapland, Finland, and I'm not sure if any of you have been there before, but as we can see, there's a lot of snow on this image, but people are attracted to this snow, and people want to visit Lapland. So what they did is that they built a winter tourism experience in partnership with local communities and with indigenous groups. They've seen a growth in the tourism industry as everything was based around winter season and related to recreational activities such as snowshoeing, visiting Santa Claus. And the next point here is that Christmas season and winter continue to be the largest draws. So we see a lot of these, I'm sure you've seen on social media, these big hut house with the views. So you can see, you can do stargazing and you can enjoy the winter storms. What they've focused a lot on Santa Claus. So they've promoted, Lapland has promoted itself as a Santa Claus Christmas destination. And in 2017, approximately 2.9 million tourists visited Lapland, especially in December, being the most popular month. And 1.5 million were foreign tourists, mainly from the UK, Russia, Germany, and Japan. And funny enough, January to April has now become the second peak season. So who would have thought that visitors would enjoy Lapland in February? Well, they have showcased and they've put everything to, they've promoted their destination as a winter destination. Come here, come enjoy winter. We've got everything to offer and we guarantee the snow. So they've put that forward. And the summer and fall months have now become their third season. So this was an interesting example. So using Santa Claus and promoting all the winter activities in Lapland. Another case study we want to share was Iceland. So once again, with Wow Air a few years back, the company doesn't exist anymore, but they were promoting, for example, travel from Toronto to Reykjavik in Iceland for a very low. I think you could get flying air tickets for about 200-300 tickets return fare. And so they made it accessible, and they were reducing the price, especially for the fall months. So October, November were great months to go. And traditionally, the 3 summer months of June, July, and August were always the high season. But now what they've done is a long-term strategic focus by tourism stakeholders. So the different, the Tourism Iceland and the different stakeholders work together. And what they want to do is to extend the shoulder season and to develop Iceland as a year-round destination. As a result, they have seen a slight leveling of seasonal differences in inbound arrivals. So now Iceland has become a year-round travel destination. Who would have thought a few years back? So it's working with the different stakeholders and making sure we have this vision of promoting and working together to make sure we have the product offering as well. So people aren't arriving to closed doors, and there are many activities during these winter months in Iceland. Any questions on these two case studies? Yes.
Chuck just put a question in the chat.
Yes,
Excuse me. What are some of the best practices to get the conversation started between operators, trail associations, municipal staff, et cetera, to create the shoulder and off-season experiences to drive additional visitation?
So the first thing, I think it goes back, Chuck, to the very first question I asked at the beginning of my presentation. What are the main challenges? What limits you from developing the shoulder season and the winter season in central counties? And from that, what we do is that we look at challenges, but then change those challenges and transform them into opportunities. And then from a second activity is we prioritize the opportunities. And sometimes we think, wow, this is going to be complicated. This is going to be a long process. We've worked with 3 different destinations. We've worked with Windsor in the past year with a full-blown winter tourism strategy. We've worked with Windsor, with Charlevoix in Quebec, and with Sunshine Coast in BC, sorry. And what we did is that we had these operators work together with the tourism destination, the DMO, and we looked at challenges. Then we changed these challenges into opportunities. We prioritized these opportunities in what can we do in the next 6 months? What can we do in 1 to 2 years? And then long term, what would be our dream? And what can we do as a group to attract more visitors during these months? And we came up with great ideas. But the challenges I presented to you earlier were the ones that came back. So getting funding. Funding was always a main issue for all of these destinations. Then how can we work with attracting and retaining labor? How can we have the workforce in place? And then one of the other opportunities that was easily put in place by these destinations, just promoting the destination in terms of getting the word out, working on the branding, working on the image bank, working on social media initiatives. So marketing and promoting the destination as a winter destination, as a shoulder season place to enjoy the different activities. So making sure that we're getting the word out. And those were the main opportunities that we found throughout these full-blown strategies.
And Chuck's saying, yeah, I think that answers the question. You got to decide what's going to be tackled. And then, you know, to me, I think the question was really, how do you get those partners together to talk about all of these important things that are all of the things you've listed are really, really important, but an individual or a single company trying to attack them versus a community, you know, if we tie together some of the presentations that have taken place earlier today about the importance of a neighborhood or community coming together and having, you know, voices share a community vision for how it can go forward. I think that's the trick. And then those questions that you're talking about, it's that group having the shared vision is the key thing. So central counties is probably one that could play that role, Chuck. You've got this spot where you could actually bring those people together. You brought them together today. Could you bring people together in different regions in similar ways throughout the year to talk about these issues? So good to know that Central Counties is on the ball with that.
And I think, as you mentioned, Rod, just having everyone here today and getting this eye-opener on how can we, as a tourism industry, develop the shoulder season? How can we extend our summer peak season and make it fun, make people want to visit Central Counties? And I was talking about the examples for Windsor, Charlevoix, and Sunshine Coast. And one of the successful initiatives that really worked is having community on board right from the start. So we've seen a lot of maybe smaller communities where people aren't as welcoming as the tourism operators would like them to be. So having the local community engaged right from the start really helped these destinations. So not having just the big major attractions. We want them at the table, but at the same time, we also want the smaller operators, and we also want the local community engaged. So having stakeholder engagement sessions and asking people, what can we do to extend the summer season here in Central Counties?
I'd like to follow. I'd like to follow up on a related question. Like, did any of these case studies have solutions for attracting talent? We know I was out golfing out in Prince Edward Island where those 3 courses were advertised earlier. I was out there this fall, and yeah, it was a great experience. But one of the things even they had out there was they had a difficult time attracting talent because a lot of the young people are off to school, they're off to university, or they're off to high school. Did any of your case studies have solutions for that on how to bring new employees to the fold, maybe for these other seasons?
And maybe a lot of the participants have heard this before, but you gave a great example. How can golf courses work with ski resorts? So just sharing staff sharing has been very successful in many destinations. So how can we get summer staff come back during the winter months and work for a different operator, where there's a partnership between the different operators? That has been very successful. And that's just one of many ideas. So how can we get, for example, young retirees come and work for our destinations? How can we get the summer students back for a Halloween period where we have a maze or pumpkin picking or something like that? So how can we work with our previous staff and just build a partnership with different tourism operators that are maybe not open in the summer months or vice versa? And we've got another question in the chat. Foreign workers as well are key as well. Yes, exactly. Great example, Tom. So it's just getting together and trying to identify our challenges, and then we want to identify the opportunities. Once we've identified these opportunities, we have to prioritize them. We can't think that we can do everything the first year. It will never happen. We won't be successful. So sometimes it's just starting with something small, but that will be very successful in promoting our destination. How to recruit new volunteers for a haunted maze? That's an excellent question. And I will invite you to look at what Saunders Farm here in the Ottawa area has been doing. They have specific seasonal events throughout the year. So they've got something in the summertime. They've got their haunted maze and different activities in around Halloween. And then they've got something else going on. And what they did is they worked with a high school in their community, and they've worked also with a theater program in another school in the Ottawa area. So they have people studying theater to come work during these seasonal events. So you might want to check out Saunders Farm in the Ottawa area. I'll keep going with my third example here, and a bit closer to home. We're looking at Fogo Island. I'm not sure if you've heard of Fogo Island in Newfoundland, Labrador. Very, very, very luxurious, expensive tourism activity, but very interesting. From I'm just sharing this example. So from a marketing perspective, how can we promote the destination and what they've been doing? So how can we get people visiting Fogo Island knowing that it's hard to get to? For example, in March, what they did is that they are promoting 7 seasons to attract visitors to Fogo Island. They make every season important. They make every season count, and they make you want to visit Fogo Island throughout these 7 seasons. So there is no off season on Fogo Island. For example, what they do is during the months of April and May, they promote Hopeful Spring. So come here, come visit, come see what's happening. It's Hopeful Spring season. Then in June, what they're doing is promoting Trap Birth. So we're working with the local fishermen. They've adapted the food menu in the restaurant, and they're so it's also a learning component, very interesting. Then they've got the warm summer. So from July 1st to August 31st, warm summer season. Then September and October, they focus on wild berry picking. And they've got, once again, conferences on wild berry picking. They invite you to go pick berry picking. And then once again, you come back to the restaurant and their menu showcases these berries. Late fall, another season from November 1st to 30th. Once again, a very, how can I say this, boring month, but they make it something around it. They've got, once again, conferences, themed menus at the restaurant, and themed activities throughout the community as well. Snowy winters from December 1st to February 28th. So that is a full 3-month period. But what they want to do is showcase winter, showcase snowy winters. Come enjoy, come see what a snowstorm is in Newfoundland. And then they've got spectacular pack ice from March 1st to 31st. And this is exactly what this picture is. So what they're doing, using just the seasonal perspective and showcasing that and making you want to visit during the spectacular pack ice season. So this was just an interesting case study we want to share on how you can promote different seasons and not just the 4 seasons. What do you have special in Central Counties that you could promote as a specific season? And then if we want, before I get to this, I want to share, this was another international example that we came upon in the past few days. This just came out and we found it very interesting. So this is from Helsinki, Finland. And when you arrive in downtown Helsinki, you've got this sign. Nobody in their right mind would come to Helsinki in November, except you badass, welcome. So how to make it fun? How can you promote your destination in a very boring, not exciting month, such as November, but they make you welcome. And obviously, if I'm there, I see this sign, what will I do as a visitor? I'll take a picture, probably take a selfie, put it on my social media, people will be seeing it, and then maybe people will be booking a flight to Helsinki probably in January or February because they want to know, hey, what's going on there during those months? And obviously Helsinki, as I was mentioning, how can you promote the Christmas season, the Christmas markets? Helsinki is one of the best Christmas market destination. So they are promoting this in these special initiatives. So making it fun, make it interesting, make sure people are curious. They want to find out more on your destination. And this one I want to keep for last is the National Toolkit for Developing Winter and Shoulder Season Tourism. And Chuck, this will probably answer your question as well. So here at 2031, we developed the National Toolkit. So as I mentioned, we worked with the Tourism Industry Association of Canada with TIAC from September 2020 up to March 2021. And we developed this national toolkit. And I've put the link here. You can access the toolkit. You can download the toolkit. You've got all the information on how to develop a winter and shoulder season tourism. And this is more, it's not more, sorry, it can help both destinations and operators. And as I mentioned, you can work together in developing your winter and shoulder season tourism offering. Oh, okay, thanks. Perfect. So you've got the link to 2031, but you also have the link for the toolkit here, which is in TIAC's hub on their website, and you'll have all the information. This is available both in English and in French. And we worked on that based on our experience with the different workshops. We've organized over 50 workshops across Canada on developing winter and shoulder season tourism. And we got the industry going on what we could do, the different opportunities, once again, the challenges and how we can overcome those challenges. And we've added, so I've presented some case studies this afternoon, but we also have more case studies in the toolkit. So if you want to go have a look, it's really user friendly, but we're there to help as well. So if you have any questions, please feel free to contact us. And Rod just put the link. You should be able to access. Rod, does your link work?
I came close. I typed it out by hand. So the equal sign should be a dash there late, but I think that will work. If you, maybe, do you have access to copy the link? It's easier if you could maybe copy it from the slide and paste it direct.
That's what I'm trying. Can everyone see the toolkit? Rod, can you see the toolkit now?
No.
No.
You need to switch what you're showing from your slides to show your browser if you'd like to do that.
That's what I'll do.
Or if you could just paste that link.
Here.
Yeah, it'd be good to open it to show us. And then maybe
So this
paste
is
that
what
link in the chat.
Yes.
There it is. We can all see it now.
And I will go copy that, put the link. There, everyone should have the link here. So you've got the toolkit. You can download the full toolkit, or you can have a look at the different modules. So you've got the current landscape, seasonality. Do we see it as a problem or as an opportunity? Then situation in Canada, that's mostly what I've presented this afternoon. And then the 3-phase process to developing your own winter and shoulder season destination strategy. And then finally, supporting winter and shoulder season tourism. So different tips for operators. So that is mainly for operators and not for destinations. And then we've got 5 case studies. So I've presented Iceland. You can go look at what South Africa has been doing, Yukon, Tofino, BC. Tofino, BC is a great example of labor issues. They don't have a staff accommodation. So where are staff? So they've got the staff to go work there, but then once they arrive in Tofino, they don't know where to stay. So people often leave because they don't have accommodations. So staff lodging is a main issue there. And then Churchill, Manitoba is another case study. And then you can download the full toolkit there. I will go back to the presentation. Here. And that is the end of the content I had to present this afternoon. We're just 8 minutes shy from the end of the presentation. Are there any other questions? Anything that you would like me to go back to? Anything that I presented this afternoon? Any questions on what you could do as a destination to attract more visitors to, or just to develop the shoulder season, winter season destination?
Just as the questions might be coming in, I just wanted to say thank you very, very much. Once again, this ties in so well to the whole notion that we need to start working together, partnerships for future. And it's something, what really struck home was early on in the presentation when you talked about the businesses that might not want to be part of the shoulder season. And that's very true in our region too. I hadn't even, I come from the attractions background where it's what's key and how much money can you make but in doing things in a really good manner, so that good ratings and all that kind of stuff that just keeps self-perpetuating. But there are operators out there that are doing it for the love of doing it and not for to make ends meet and do what they want to do. Yes. But that just makes it more important in my mind to continue to reach out to make sure that we start to form partnerships with those who are going down the same path and want to extend those seasons. And it might be different partners than you might have in the peak season. So what I'd love to just put out there for everyone, we now have this great kit that we can use. We have lots of communities that have community tourism plans, and this could be a great new project for the tourism advisory committees to work on, but also just for individuals in communities that might not have a formal plan. This could be the catalyst for some really neat change in central counties. With myself, I would be more than happy to facilitate going through this process in your community if you want to. I know that I've got 3 field managers going, oh geez, Chuck, what are you doing? No, I will work on taking the lead, and we'll noodle it through, and we'll figure out how this can be implemented in some of our communities. And maybe it goes past a community, goes into a region. And there are no borders between our towns. There's no borders between our regions, right? So the notion of working together to create these experiences that can draw people from further away is a really, really good idea. So
one important thing, Chuck, you'll have to remember, always bring the big operators, but also bring in the small operators.
Yes. Well,
That's
they
one thing that we've
are, in a
noticed.
lot of cases, they're the backbone, right? And they're they are often the memory makers, because you get to meet the owner, right? You can go in and you're meeting the owner and you're learning about what's going on in their day and all that kind of stuff. It's amazing the impact that has on someone who's visiting. So, all right. So with that in mind, we are also, just so everyone on the call knows, we're actually working on offering some shoulder season development workshops in the spring. So we'll be doing that as a formal Central Counties thing, inviting everyone who wants to develop shoulder season activities. So if you don't want to start right now within your community, let's start on a grander scale. So those will be in the spring. So hopefully get the juices flowing so we can, start planning all through the peak season to implement in the next shoulder and off season. So that's a big one. And I don't see any other questions here.
I'm just putting my email there.
Oh,
so
perfect.
if people have any specific questions they'd like to ask me, please feel free to do so.
Excellent.
And if not, I know Kelly will be sharing the presentation as well with all the participants. So please feel free to have a look at the presentation and get back to me with any questions. And if not, I would like to thank you once again, Chuck and Kelly and Rod, for all your help and for inviting me to speak this afternoon on shoulder season and winter tourism. And hopefully we can make that happen for central counties.
Thank you so much. It's been fantastic. Have a great afternoon. All right, guys. So with that, we're right at almost 2:30. We're right on time, which is absolutely brilliant. So we just have a couple last minute things to take care of here. We've got, so as I said, just so you know, we do have those workshops that'll come up in the spring. We have those who registered for the Tourism Ambassador Program drop-in, which is a great idea. If you pre-registered, Kelly's going to be posting that link in the chat, so stay on the call. And I guess the last thing we need to do is let everyone know who won the prizes. So Kelly used a program called Randomized or something like that to go through the big spreadsheet of names, and here is who won what. And so we had a quarter-page Globe and Mail ad in a Central Counties seasonal co-op ad, and that is actually going to the Sheridan Parkway. Sean Metcalf won that on behalf of the Sheridan Parkway. We had 3 tablets to give away with Ashley Kilbisky, Katrina Lemire, and Catherine Rosa all won a tablet. So congratulations. We'll work on getting those to you. And then the visitor research program, whether it's going to be geofenced or for your festival, it might be better to do postal code information, but it's Lori from the Durham Region International Film Festival. So congratulations to all of the winners. And then of course, Judy from AE Natural Meats gets stuck having lunch with me. Hopefully she'll enjoy that. So once again, thank you, Rod. Thank you to all of our speakers. Thank you to everyone who's been here today. Thank you to our sponsors. We could not have done it without you. So the Ministry of Heritage, Sport, Tourism, and Culture Industries, to our presenting sponsor, the Vaughan Tourism, our platinum partners, York Region and Durham Tourism. We've got all of our community partners in Erin, Georgina, Pickering, Whitby, Markham, and Ajax. Thank you so much for helping make this happen. And Kelly, do you have it? And of course, thanks to Kelly for putting it all together. She was absolutely phenomenal and a rock star through this whole thing. Do you have anything that you need to add, Kelly, to this?
No, I just want to thank everyone. Thanks, Rod. Thanks, Chuck, most of all, for keeping us on time. I'll be joining everyone with the field reps in the Tourism Ambassador drop-in session. I posted the link. If you're registered in it, we're going to open up that meeting shortly. Just stay tuned. And thanks everybody for being here. Have a great rest of the day and a great week.
Yeah. And don't be shy. Reach out to us. We're here. We're here for you. And take your enthusiasm from today and try to spread it through your community to get more people on board, so that collectively we can grow the tourism economy and help maintain the vibrancy of your community. So have a great afternoon. And once again, thank you.